Well, good afternoon and welcome to Castle Park for this Essex League Premier Division game between Colchester and Wanstead. Not sure how much play we're going to get today because the forecast is pretty awful and it's very overcast. But the news is that Colchester and East Essex won the toss and have elected to bowl. Umpires today are Gary Marshall and Barry Toombs, who can be seen putting the stumps in, so we have the prospects of at least getting a start. Tom Wanstead play cricket as well.
Oh, Wanstead play cricket as well?
Yeah, Tom both.
Unbelievable. Yeah. YouTube as well? Is it?
Yeah.
YouTube. What's the score here? Whoever won the toss put the opposition in. Is that right? Okay.
So to open the batting for Wanstead, we have Bilal Patel and Tom Simmons. looks as though it'll be Darren Eckford from the River End, past umpire Barry Toombs. There you go. So it will be Bilal Patel to face the first delivery from Darren Eckford. I am scoring alone today, so if you get lots of radio noise, it's communications between me and the umpire helping me with player identification. Wanstead haven't brought a scorer because of the COVID regulations, but we are where we are. So the first ball will be Darren Eckford to Bilal Patel. And that's just played back up the wicket, no run. And the leave through to keeper Simon Fernandez. And further leave. So Bilal Patel quite sensibly having a look here. Colchester skipper Darren Eckford having bowled particularly economically for some weeks now. Although today Colchester are without Vikas Agarwal. So one of our principal strike bowlers down. And he starts with a maiden. So Wanstead yet to trouble the scorer.
If it's any help at all, Bilal is considerably shorter than the other guy.
I'm sorry. So to open the bowling from the Catchpole Road end, it will be Charlie Watts. And he will be bowling to Tom Simmons, who is about to receive his first ball. Field, 2 slips, a gully, a point, cover, mid on, mid off, fine leg. Looked like a slower delivery from Charlie there. And that's well hit out to wideish mid on, and the batsman take 2. Beating the edge of the bat there. I'm not sure whether that got an edge at all. Certainly didn't carry, but we have had an awful lot of rain overnight, although the wicket was well covered and bowlers' run-ups are dry as well, so but the threat of rain definitely in the air. Ball's pushed out through the covers. And the batsmen take 3. Which brings Bilal Patel on strike. To receive his first ball from Charlie Watts. And just leaves that to go through to the keeper. So at the end of 2 overs, Wanstead have moved on to 5. So Darren Eckford continuing from the river end, bowling to Tom Simmons, who plays that backward of point. Where the ball has found its way to the boundary for the first 4 of the day. Simmons moves on to 9. Again played backward of point, just a single. So 5 off the over takes Wanstead on to 10 off 3. So it'll be Charlie Watts bowling to Tom Simmons, who dabs it out to point, where it's fielded by Ben Robinson, no run. And that's played again backward of point. Where it's fielded by Charlie Fernandez and the batsman scored 2. Very long boundary down towards the other side of the sight screen there. That's played out to square leg, picked up by George Offord, no run. and squirted out backward of point. 2 runs. Joe McGregor and Charlie Fernandez working in tandem there to do the fielding. And a pull, square of the wicket, and nobody's going to stop that. So 4 runs to Tom Simmons. So fairly expensive over this, 8 coming from it so far. 1 ball to come. And again, pulled square of the wicket, in fact more mid-wicket that. Permitting the batsman to take 3 runs. So at the end of the over, the score's moved on to 21. So Darren Eckford to bowl his 3rd over to Tom Simmons, who has so far scored all of Wanstead's 21 runs after 4 overs. If anything, the light has actually improved over the 20 minutes of play we've had so far, or thereabouts. Always looked bright on the camera, but it was distinctly overcast when we started, but looking a little bit better. It's pushed out to the offside for a single. So Bilal Patel yet to open his account, but looks as though he will do so now, with the ball squirted out backward of point and fielded by Charlie Watts, but the batsmen take 2.
we organised it. Then Essex came in and there's a week of thing where they start to set the cup of coffee when you arrive, and that's something like a curry.
So 3 off the over there.
Cost you 40 quid or something.
Darren Eckford's. Darren Eckford's figures there so far: 3 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 8. Economy rate 2.7. So Charlie Watts to continue from the Catchpole Road end, bowling to Tom Simmons, the taller of the 2 batsmen, who plays that square where it's fielded by Ben Robinson. Played out to point rather. No run. Fairly scrambled single there. But batsman comfortably make it. Fairly uncontrolled shot out to point, but no run. Fairly thickish edge, I think, there. Same result. And everything behind that, we get to the end of the 6th over, and Wanstead are 25 for no wicket, and this means we will have a mandatory sanitisation break. Gives me opportunity to mention our sponsors, Positive Waste Solutions, who've done an absolutely fantastic job of painting the pavilion, and a special thanks because this week I've arrived to find the school balcony has been painted beautifully white. And all the cobwebs gone, and it's all nice and clean. I'm very pleased about that. Back to the live action. Darren Eckford to bowl to Tom Simmons, and that is a thickish edge that has gone down to the 3rd man boundary for just a single. Not sure who picked that up. I think it's Charlie Watts. It's a long way. I must be about 300 yards away. So let's have a look through binoculars, who that was. Was indeed Charlie Watts. So Darren Eckford to Bilal Patel, and exactly the same shot brings him a single. Again, Charlie Watts in the action. And we're bringing the square leg across to point. So only one man on the onside. But Darren Eckford bowling very good offside line, and the ball's played out to exactly where the fielder has been repositioned, so bit of good captaincy there. That's just pushed out to the short cover where it's picked up by Jack Hobbs. No run. So a fairly steady start being made here by Wanstead. Run rate hovering around 4 and over. No wickets to fall yet. So 27 off 7. So it'll be Charlie Watts to continue bowling to Bilal Patel, who plays that over the slips, not catchable, and Gary Marshall umpire signals 4. Just too high for Guy Haynes and Joe McGregor to get anywhere near. Or indeed Charlie Fernandez, who's in that area. And that is pulled square of the wicket. And the batsmen take 3. Good running. Off the pad, but clearly going down leg side. Thomas Simmons attempting a hook, but not making connection. Wanders down the wicket to dub down whatever gremlins he thinks are there. Although the Castle Park pitch is yet again like a road. Might be a bit of moisture, I suppose, there, but again, fantastic wicket produced by groundsman Jez Sadler. So the end of the over, scores moved on to 34 off 8 overs. So it'll be Darren Eckford to Bilal Patel. It defends. It's picked up by Ben Robinson at mid off. No run. Darren Eckford again here bowling extremely economically. Again, just defended out to the offside.
My mate's on holiday with his missus and their child at the moment. He's done 3 camp games on holiday. I said, that's not holiday, surely. Barney. Barney sounds safe, I think.
A further maiden to Darren Eckford. So Darren Eckford now 5 overs, 2 maidens, no runs, sorry 10 runs, no wickets. Going out just 2 and over.
I've got one. I look like Kevin and Perry though, I reckon. Remember Kevin and Perry?
Almost a hint of sunshine breaking through now. The forecast isn't particularly good. And nearly missed a change of bowling there. It's Dan Thacker. So Charlie Watts, having bowled 4 overs, no maidens, 0 for 24, going out 6 and over, has been replaced by Dan Thacker at the Catchpole Road end. Just pushed out to square of the wicket for a single. Just pushed out to point, no run. And just one from the over, so a good start there by Dan Thacker. Wanstead 35 for no wicket off 10 of their overs. Timed format, of course, applies at this time of the season. And it'll be Darren Eckford to continue bowling to Tom Simmons on 25 off 31 deliveries. And he strikes that firmly out through backward point. Well fielded by Charlie Watts, and the batsman managed to take 2. Just pushed out to point for no run.
Well, the run rate wasn't anything in those days. And look at some of the, even going back to the 50s, when you look at guys like Martin Cranis and Pete Smith, you know, TPB Smith, they've gone like 25, 28 overs each in a game. Yeah, almost a handicap flats. But if you go, you walk down the back, you can see it's still around the wall.
Again, ball just pushed out to point, no run. Fielder down there is George Offord.
Discounted rate, Mr. Francis, finally agreed for
So just 2 off the over. 37 off 11 is the Wanstead score. Run rate of 3.36 and over.
8 years ago, and his current son, two of his boys, Andrew and Will Adam, lives in New South Wales. Martin Cranis, I've been in touch with him anymore. He reckons he's got Sapogo's down, Sapogo's memorabilia, so he's loved it. Why Martin still has it. I'm hoping he'll bring it up a step.
So Dan Thacker to Bilal Patel. I think that was a leave. Players getting fairly excited, but I think Bilal Patel knew the line, pulled his bat away, out of danger. Some good carry there. Dan Thacker working up a fair bit of pace. Just defended back up the wicket. Fielded by the bowler, no run. And that's played backward of point, where this time it has gone all the way for 4 runs. Moves Bilal Patel on to 14 off 34. action replays seem to be working fine.
Boys will be boys. He's going to run away now. He don't want what we have.
And again played backward of point with exactly the same result, 4 runs. So we have a further sanitised break. Hands have to be sanitised every 6 overs. Particularly efficient system being devised at Colchester. We found a groundsman's hole, I presume you could call it, sprinkler tap access, and they put the hand sanitizer down there, so no more running to the edge of the pitch. Let's just get the hand sanitizer out the ground. And it'll be Darren Eckford to continue from the river end to Tom Simmons. Who leaves it, and the ball goes to keeper Simon Fernandez. Again, just defended back down the wicket. So ball driven out through the covers by Tom Simmons, and that has gone all the way for 4 runs. Ball pushed out into the covers, bring in 1 run, and that is also the 50 partnership, which has come up in 13 overs and 51 minutes, with 32 to Tom Simmons and 18 to Bilal Patel. And one positive for Colchester, no extras. So 50 off 13. Run rate of 3.85. Leg side ball brings no run. Good work by Simon Fernandez to go wide to his left. Not particularly controlled shot, pushed out to mid wicket for a single. Appeal for caught behind, but not very convincing. Umpire Gary Marshall quite correctly says not out. I think any noise was bat hitting the ground. So Thacker to Patel. Just a little bit of breeze getting up here, but don't seem to be getting as much camera shake as I used to. It's changed the camera pole now with a very rigid fiberglass pole rather than a stainless steel, and that is squirted through the slips, and it's gone all the way for 4. So despite the fact we had a lot of heavy rain overnight, it looks as though batsmen are getting good value for their shots, ball actually going to the boundary. Earlier on this season the ball didn't seem to run that well despite all the good work put in by groundsman Jez Sadler. I suppose the slightly warmer weather has helped dry everything out, and so 14 overs gone, 55 for no wicket. So it'll be Darren Eckford to Tom Simmons, who squirts that to point where the batsman cross for a single. I think the batsman realised there that a shot at the stumps could bring quite a yield. Only one fielder on the leg side, so the risk of overthrows quite severe, but good backing up by Dan Wolf there. So Colchester striving for this first wicket. And that has come. Caught by Guy Haynes. So Bilal Patel was caught, Haynes bowled Eckford for 22. Having faced 41 balls over 58 minutes, scoring 4 fours. So the incoming batsman will be Robin Das. I've scored many times for Essex Academy and various other Essex age group levels. Very good batsman indeed. Very highly regarded. So Darren Eckford, as often is the case, making the initial breakthrough. Not very convincingly squirts that through the slips and a single. Tom Simmons taking a fresh guard. And Darren Eckford bowls past umpire Barry Toombs, where it's left to go. With good carry to wicketkeeper Simon Fernandez. So at the end of the 15th over, Wanstead are 57 for 1. Darren Eckford's figures now 8 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 19. A run rate of 2.4. Overall Wanstead run rate is 3.8, which at that rate would give them 243 runs at the end of their allocated over, but I'm sure they'll be looking for somewhat more. So it'll be Dan Thacker bowling to Robin Das, who defends. No run. So a fairly tight spell being bowled here by Dan Thacker. He's conceded 14 runs off his 3.3 overs so far. And that's pushed square of the wicket to George Offord, no run. Nicely played, but no run and a maiden over. So Eckford to Tom Simmons. Ball's just left. I think Darren Eckford must have lost his foot in there, didn't release the ball. Played out to mid-off, no run. All picked up by Ben Robinson. Eckford thrown in a further maiden. So Wanstead are 57 for the loss of 1 wicket. Major contribution being made by Tom Simmons. And it'd be Dan Thacker to Robin Das. There's 12 runs scored in the last 5 overs, so for the loss of a wicket. So Colchester bowling fairly tightly here. Nice tempting line, but Robin Das sensible enough to leave that alone. Colchester with 2 slips and a gully, point, cover, mid on, mid off, square leg and a fine leg, very wide fine leg in fact. Superb stop by Simon Fernandez. Behind the stumps, very athletic. And again, Robin Das not tempted by the wide delivery. So at the end of the over, it's 57 for 1, still after 18. Further sanitised break. Slight delay here as Robin Das has run off for some reason. I think he's run to the gents possibly. Tom Simmons taking a drink. So soon be back with the live action. Robin Dust donning his helmet again, but it will be Tom Simmons on strike and Darren Eckford to continue from the river end. Darren Eckford's figures currently 9 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 19, so very economical. And we're under play again. That's a fine shot out through point, where the ball finds its way all the way to the boundary, taking Tom Simmons on to 38. Another athletic take from wicketkeeper Simon Fernandez. Pushed out through the covers for just a single, where Ben Robinson picks up. Bring in Robin Thus. I think this may be his first ball at this end. So far scored 1 off 13. No, I think he did face one ball earlier actually, after the wicket. So Eckford to Das, who advanced up the wicket, pushes the ball out through point, where it is partially fielded by George Offord, but they managed to take a single. Definite play and a miss there. And at the end of the 19 overs, Wanstead have moved on to 63 for 1. Robin Dass on 2, Tom Simmons on 39. Thacker to continue from the Catchpole Road end. So far 5 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 14. He will be bowling to Robin Dass. Who plays the ball very fine. Backward of square for 4 runs. Ball that got what it deserved, somewhat wide, and Robin Dass very quickly onto it. Ben Robinson at fine leg, very wide, so I had no chance of cutting that off. And a fairly similar shot, but this time put to Ben Robinson's left hand rather than his right hand, with the same result, 4 runs. Robin Das very strong off his legs. Field still 2 slips of gully, point, mid on, mid off, square leg, fine leg. Having taken 8 off the over, wisely leaves that one alone. Well, considering the awful forecast this morning, the weather's holding good at the moment. Clouds fairly high, no sign of blue sky, it's grey from horizon to horizon, but no actual rain troubling us. So, and again Robin Das flicks that off his legs, square of the wicket where George offered fields and restricts them to 2 runs, so 10 off the over. So 20 overs gone. Wanstead are 73 for 1. Just the 1 wicket to have fallen. That of Bilo Patel was caught by Guy Haynes. So it'll be Darren Eckford to bowl to Tom Simmons, who gets everything behind that. No run. Wanstead run rate here of 3.59 and over, so fairly steady, but setting a good platform for the remaining, what will be almost 2/3 of their innings, but it'll be over 2/3 of their innings to come. Straight down the wicket for a single, fielded by Ben Robinson. Robin Das playing very cautiously and 12 off 21, 2 fours. And just pushed out to the covers, picked up by Ben Robinson, no run. Again, exactly the same outcome. Ball pushed out to the covers, picked up by Ben Robinson, no run, just one off the over. So down Eckford now, 11 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 26. So his usual frugal self. And looks like we're going to have a change of bowling from the Catchpole Road end. A little bit of spin, an opportunity for Colchester to pull the run rate at the over rate back. I think slightly behind the rate at the moment, but Charlie Fernandez will soon remedy that. So Simon Fernandez keeping will be standing up, dons a helmet to his brother, back to his older brother Charlie. Fine cricket dynasty, the Fernandez. So Charlie to bowl right arm over to Tom Simmons. Field is short, short fine leg, point, cover, mid on, mid off. And evidence of a bit of spin straight away there. A deep square is the only man out. And that's turned round a corner where picked up by Ben Robinson and no run. That's just flicked off the pads, a bit of bat involved, so a single to Tom Simmons. That's just pushed out to mid wicket, no run. Again pushed back with a square for a single. Brings Tom Simmons on 41 back on strike. Who plays that through the covers, where I think the batsman will take 3 in fact. So 5 off the over. Wanstead 79 for 1 off 22. So Darren Eckford into his 12th over from the river end to Tom Simmons, who plays that firmly out through the covers, where the batsmen take just a single. That's played backward of point for a single. All fielded down there by, I think that's Charlie Watts. No, in fact it's Dan Thacker. So where's Charlie Watts? Charlie Watts mid on. Played squared a wicket to point. Picked up by George Offord, no run. Firmly played into the offside. Defensively, no run. So Darren Eckford past umpire Barry Toombs, and again the ball is left. That's played out to point where it was fielded by George Offord, but batsman managed to scramble through for a single. 82 for 1 off 23. So potentially 41 overs remaining of this innings, taking Wanstead to the maximum permitted, which from here at the current rate they would score 228, but 6 and over would bring them 328 and 8 and over 410, although I don't suppose we shall see quite such aggressive hitting. So Charlie Watts to continue, bowling to Tom Simmons, change in the field. The gully's gone out and is now at deep point. And that ball is smashed through the covers for 4 runs by Tom Simmons. And that in fact was his 50, which has come up in 72 deliveries with 5 fours.
Jeremy, see you soon.
Something I think Gary Marshall's going to indicate a buy. First extra of the day conceded by Colchester. And just played out to mid-on for a dot. And that's pulled square, fielded by George Offord, so the batsman only take a single. Pushed out to the covers, and again a single is taken, so the score moves on to 89 off 24, which brings about a sanitised break. Again, very efficiently being dealt with. And it appears that we're going to have a bowling change at the river end, with Charlie Watts to replace Darren Eckford. So Charlie Watts changing ends. Charlie Watts so far 4 overs, no maidens, 0 for 24. And Eckford's figures are very economical, 12 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 29. And it'll be Watts to Simmons when we resume. The lift there, fended off, fielded in a wideish sort of gully position. Apologies there for the break in transmission. Had a complete computer crash, had to reboot everything, which is not great when I'm scoring alone, but we've managed to survive the catastrophe. So Charlie Fernandez bowling to Kishan Villani. And 1 scored. I'm afraid during the time that my computer was out of action, I missed a wicket. Which was Tom Simmons being bowled by Charlie Watts. That's had a complete computer crash. And just one to Robin Duss. And now one to Kishan Villani. So Wanstead moved on to 93 for 2 off 26. And it'll be Charlie Watts bowling to Kishan Villani. And that's squirted through the slips for 4. Further 4 runs. Brings up the 100 for Wanstead. 101 for 2 off 26.2 overs. And we pause because the ball's got lost in the long grass. Has now been recovered. And a no ball. Charlie Watts obviously overstepping. So Watts to Villani. Fielded by George Offord at point, no run. And a bye is signalled by umpire Barry Toombs. Athletic dive by keeper Simon Fernandez, but was unable to get hold of that one. Charlie was proving to be a little bit erratic here. Again down the leg side. End of the over, and after 27 overs, Wanstead are 103 for 2. So it'll be Charlie Fernandez to bowl to Kishan Villani. Who dabs that down backward of point for a single, fielded by Charlie Watts. And the ball just pushed out to the covers, where that was fielded by Jack Hobbs. And that is pulled square of the wicket by, well, mid-wicket more, by Robin Das for 2, fielded by George Offord. Just pushed out into the covers, where it's picked up by Guy Haynes. Robin Das has hit that very firmly for 6 runs straight down the ground. At the end of the 28th over, score has moved on to 112 for 2. A little computer crash I had a couple of overs ago illustrates exactly why we need to have 2 scorers. Fortunately, I've been able to recover, but it really is hopeless scoring on your own. If anything, technology lets you down. So Watts to Villani, who can't reach that one. Turned square to wicket by Kishan Villani, fielded by Dan Wolfe, and the batsmen go through for 2. So roughly 2 hours into the match, and don't think either side will be too disappointed with the position here. That's pushed out through point for 4 runs by Kishan Villani. Finally hit by Kishan Villani for 4 runs. So Villani 22 off 16, injecting a bit of acceleration into the Wanstead innings. So fairly expensive over there. Charlie Watts now 7 overs, no maidens, 1 for 44. Fortunately, the 1 wicket not captured on the stream. I don't believe I captured it on the stream, pure and simply because of a computer failure. Don't know what happened, just had to completely reboot the whole thing. So Charlie Fernandez to Robin Das, he plays that back to the bowler. No run. That's firmly pulled square of the wicket, and it's gone all the way for 6. Particularly big hit that. And that is just pushed square of the wicket, fielding by Ren Robinson, 1 run. And that's pulled out to mid wicket for a single. So at the end of the 30th over, Wanstead of 130 for 2. And we have a sanitised break. Very quickly dealt with. And it'll be Watts continuing to Kishin Balani. Who aggressively pulls that short ball out to Dan Wolf for a single. That's just played with soft hands out to the gully where it's fielded by Joe McGregor. Again short, but only as far as mid-on for a single. So the run rate increasing here, now 4.33, 40 off the last 5 overs. As Watts bowls to Villani, who plays that through mid-on where it's misfielded, and batsmen take 2. That's pulled to mid-wicket where Dan Wolf will retrieve it and the batsmen go through for 1. And aggressively pulled square of the wicket for 4 runs, and at the end of the 31st over, Wanstead have moved on to 139 for 2, and that is also the 50 partnership that's come up in just 41 balls. So Wanstead stepping up a gear here. Kishan Villani, of course, having senior experience in the Essex 11. Firmly struck out to deep point. Fielded by Dan Wolf, just a single. So just one off the over. $140 for two. As we rapidly come ever closer to the lunch interval. An interesting change of bowling. Dan Wolf to bowl from the river end. I don't recall him bowling for the Saturday first 11. We are a bowler light with Vikas Agarwal at Legoland, so I believe. Join a day out with the family. So Vikas has been our leading wicket taker this season, so it is Wolf to Villani. And a very decent start by Dan Wolf. Decent line, decent length. I've not personally seen him bowl before, so new experience for me. And that's pushed out through the covers, where it's chased by George Offord, and batsman just take two. Firmly struck, but no run. Fielded by Ben Robinson. Some sharp work there by Simon Fernandez, but umpire Gary Marshall had moved, mainly because Kishan Villani had been unmoved, stayed in his crease. And very decent first over here by Dan Wolf. That's just played off his pads all the way down to fine leg for a single. So 3 off the over. 143 for 2 off 33. Partnership now 54 off 53 deliveries. Played down the wicket for a single to Kishan Villani. Dot. Colchester have now dispensed with close fielders, no slip, no gully. And that's played backward of point, chased by Dan Wolf. Batsman take 2. Again played backward of square, but this time it's picked up by Charlie Watts for no run. So both sides I think here conscious of how close we are to lunch. Although sign of aggression there by Robin Das. Drives the ball to long on for a single. So at the end of the 34th over, 147 for 2. Still potentially 30 overs of this innings remaining, so Wanstead going fairly well here, 4.32 runs an over. It'll be Dan Wolf to continue from the river end. Robin Das plays very carefully. Pushed out to the onside where it's picked up by, I think that's Jack Hobbs. No run. Quite sure what. Oh, he must have put a bat on that because it's gone for 4 runs. Dubbed over where slip ball would have been, but no slip, no gully. There's Robin Das on to 43 off 57 deliveries with 4 4s, 2 6s. And attempted run out, but not quick enough. And Robin Das gets a slightly streaky single. And that 2 is played out to the onside for a single. That's pushed mid wicket and ball hits the stumps. They get 2. And that appears to be lunch. Okay, so we'll have a break in the broadcast now for a little while, during which I will put up the various scorecards. But the match status is Wanstead have scored 155 for 2 off 35 overs. And with that I will mute the sound and go and get some lunch and a break. Right, well, welcome back. We're almost ready to resume again. So we have the Colchester team taking the field. And it looks like it will be Darren Eckford. I'm just going to restart the cameras. They take about 2 or 3 seconds just to make sure I have no lag building up. So we're ready to roll again. I reckon it should be Kishan Villani on strike. Gary Marshall signals, I signal back, signify we're all ready, and it will be Darren Eckford to Villani. Eckford bowling from the Catchpole Road end, and Villani leaves it alone. Firmly pulled, but only to mid-on, where Dan Thacker, I think that was Dan Thacker, it's a long way away from here, so look at the binoculars. As indeed Dan Thacker fielded, no run. And he's just dubbed down to a point to George Offord. Again, no run. And Darren Eckford adds a further maiden to his collection today. 13 overs, 4 maidens, just 29 runs, taking the 1 wicket. And to continue from the river end is Dan Wolfe, bowling for, I believe, the first time this season in a first 11 game, and bowling very well so far. Simon Fernandez stood up to the stumps. And firmly driven straight down the wicket where it's easily fielded. Somebody giving it a good shine, and it was Joe McGregor. Raps on the pad, and they go through for a leg bye. And that's just pushed out for a single. Just played back down the wicket. So just 2 runs off the over, 1 off the bat, 1 leg bye. So some decent bowling there by Dan Wolfe. And it will go down Eckford to Kishan Vani, who plays that backward off point, and it's fielded by I don't know who because it's behind the willow tree. Not sure who's down on that boundary. Try and do it by a process of elimination. I think that must be Charlie Watts because I can't see him elsewhere. And that's played in exactly the same spot. This time just a single. That's pulled over mid wicket by Robin Das, where it's gone for 4. In fact, that was chased by Charlie Watt, so I still don't know who is hiding behind the sight screen and the willow tree. I can only imagine it must be Guy Haynes down there, looking around. That's driven out into the covers for a single. And that is well caught by Joe McGregor. So Kishan Villani was caught by Joe McGregor, bowled by Darren Eckford for 37. I'm pleased to say I've been joined by Kieran Saville in the score box here.
Is it a box? It's a score balcony, isn't it?
Well, score balcony.
I missed that. Can I have a little look?
Eh?
Can you do another replay?
I can play a replay.
I'll turn my back for 1 minute. I'll take a look at it.
Got to remember how to do this, Kieran. I know what I've got to do. I've got to press this button and then that button and then press.
Do I start another Fukushima style meltdown?
No, we're all right.
Do you know what? I'll get up on my phone. I'll be up on my phone.
I know what I've got to do. I've got to press this button here. You ready? But I need to have this ball, tools.
We started now, Phil.
Yeah. Okie dokie. Won't do that then.
Are we in sync?
We are all in sync. So that's just a single to Robin Das. The start of a new over.
Like Justin Timberlake.
And Dan Wolf bowling.
Because he was in sync, wasn't he?
Yeah. Right. I've actually solved the synchronisation problem.
Have you?
Yeah. That is pushed out back with a point where Dan Thacker picks up and the batsman take 2.
Is that Robin Das on the strike?
No, it's Nabil Aziz. No, I'm not sure it's Nabil or Nabil. Nabil, I think it might be. And it's just defensively played.
Dan Wolf there using every inch of the 15 degrees flexion allowed in his bowling action, I think.
I've never seen him bowl before. That's his first bowl.
He's taken over as the kind of really nagging net bowler. That just hits a length.
Of course,
so it's good to see him get a little try out in.
No Vikas today, of course. He's in Legoland apparently.
Is he now?
Yeah, with the family. Turn round the corner for a single. Yeah, no, the camera lag. I mean, we know how it builds up. It's just the delay between the two. But what I do now is every sanitise break is when I put the sanitise break caption up, I restart the cameras in the background, and it seems to get rid of it. So I've driven firmly for 2 to Robin Das, who I've just realised passed his 50 a few moments ago, but
I don't think his team realised either.
no, nobody's looking at the scoreboard.
That included a mile and a half to get to the MOT.
So Das on strike, he pushes that. That's a great bit of fielding.
Just one Das in today's team.
One Das. So 39 overs gone, 171 for 3. Yeah, it looks a particularly strong Wanstead side with Ellie Scroll and Aziz, Das, Villani, Callie, all people I've seen through the Essex Academy or
Some names that I
Second
played
11.
fair well against.
Hmm.
Yeah, Jonathan Das not playing then. He's the keeper of the two, isn't he? The older.
So Darren Eckford, 2 for 37 off 14.
He must have had a titanium rod put in his back because he's gone from 0 overs to 21 overs quite quickly. It seems.
Who's that?
Darren.
Oh, you mean in terms of
Being ability to bowl.
Oh, yes.
He's holding it there, so I hope that's
Yeah.
not too much of an issue.
Yeah, start of the season he had a back injury, then it was an elbow injury, and it was definitely missed. Can't help feeling that we've missed Vikas Agarwal today.
Yeah, especially given the overhead conditions and the fact the colours were on overnight, you'd have thought he'd have made good use of the wicket today.
Oh!
So that is making very good use of the wicket there from Darren. I think
So
that's
Nabel
out.
Aziz is out, comprehensively bowled.
I don't think there's any scope for a review there.
No.
That looks like quite a seed.
Yeah. Well,
Have you got a replay coming up?
it's already gone through, mate. You missed it.
I've got to keep my eye on the game here. Got to keep my eyes on the prize.
I can indeed replay it for you on screen
It's
here.
just Ishan Caddy going out. By the looks of it. I've got the thing here. Haven't I? I've gone purely on the basis if he's got EK on his shirt.
Yeah, Kieran, if you watch it on this larger one here. Oh, hang on, where's it gone? This is what viewers at home will be watching. A second replay on this screen here. And off stump comprehensively,
That's a good
cartwheeling.
delivery.
Yeah.
You'd probably get 3 or 4 a season at most where you think, well, there's not much I'd have done about that, and I think that's one of them.
Yeah, that was a pretty good delivery. So, incoming batsman, I'm informed, is Ishan Caddy. Again, it's been quite handy today, Kieran, because we've had, apart from the last two, we've had a tall batsman with a short batsman, or shorter batsman, making it somewhat easier to work out who's on strike. Always difficult from this distance. So Eckford to Callie, who simply leaves that.
Probing area, that looks like from down.
He is holding that back.
10 minutes later, we got a text message from Freegate School saying that the racing class has gone out, so like the little boys tested. They've been at home all week, but 10 days isolation. Sports there was not very happy at all.
So you're not playing today, injured?
Yeah, pulled up a bit lame. Well, people would say I'm lame pretty much all the time, but I think the twos are doing okay. Let me just check the score. They've got a live play cricket scorer there. Up to 120 for 4 after 25 overs.
Better than a dead cricket score, isn't it?
He's true. He's true.
I was
have a
nearly
look at
dead
some
when the
wickets.
computer went down.
2 wickets for Cam Sprott and 2 wickets for young Seb Wheeler. Just have a look at.
That's Upminster, isn't it?
Yeah.
They'll be live streaming.
They are live. I don't know if they're live streaming, but we've certainly got the highlights.
Yeah, I've worked quite closely with Nicky Ison down there, helping him
Set up. Yeah,
set it
Nicky's
all
got
up.
that.
And
He just got out to Seb, and so
Has
is
he?
not so young Terry Wyatt, who's dismissal I'm just looking at now. Good to see young Seb Wheeler in the run seat. Terry's just yorked himself there. In fairness, looking at the nature of the pitch, 120 might prove a bit of a tall task, but fingers crossed the guys can carry on taking wickets.
Right, well, we have a
See
wicket
you
maiden
off.
here.
Good to see Colchester legend and stalwart Tashak Hussain on the team sheet today.
I did notice that. I think he played last week, or was it the Sunday team he played for?
He was due to play in the game against Billericay, but had to pull out at
Oh,
the last
that's
minute
it,
due to engineering works that would have turned an hour and 10 journey into a 2.5 hour journey. And given it was cancelled for the rain anyway, it's probably a smart move.
So Dan Wolf to Robin Das.
Shout out to
That's
another coach legend in Omar Ahmed, who got married last week. Him and his partner Nadia. So I was informed that a good time was had by all. But unfortunately, he wasn't available on the Saturday, which was disappointing given the wedding was on the Friday. You'd have thought he'd got his priorities in order. But alas, that's dreadful for Wolfie there, unfortunately.
and that's gone all the way for 4 runs.
He got sat up and said hit me, regardless of whether you're on 50 odd or just coming in.
I think we're a second behind on audio and what's it? But next multiple of 6 overs, I can restart the cameras and actually shake it off again. It was getting up to about a 3-second lag. So run rate 4.32 and over. Wanstead were running away with this briefly, but they seem to have
Wickets always too
pulled
slow.
them back a little bit.
Surprised with the 2 wickets that Daz has picked up that he's kept the part-time seam of Dan in, but he strikes me as someone, I know it's his first bowl for the club, that has a bit of a golden arm.
Charlie's not been too effective today.
And he does look like he's certainly probing the pads
That's
and
pushed
bringing
out.
wickets and LBW into play.
Wicket for a single.
Yeah, still got young George Offord to bowl. Joe McGregor's still in the tank, so I think there's plenty of varied options as well for Daz to turn to.
Well, they have 23.1 overs remaining. At this rate, they'd be on target for 276, which would be, I would suggest, fairly challenging.
Yeah, you'd hope that if Colchester could take another couple of wickets, if they can remove Das especially, then they can really slow that rate down.
Oh, key to this, without any shadow of a doubt, will be removing Robin Das.
Yeah, I mean, Wanstead have always batted deep, and they've got some experience down the order as well to rely on. But
Well, where are we now? We're 4 wickets down. We've got to come in.
Joel Squirrel would be quite handy at 8. Zaid
Yeah,
Shahad
no,
can hit
I can never pronounce his surname.
Vady,
Vidi.
Vinny Vicious.
He can certainly bat.
Almost rolled onto the stumps now.
Joe Ellis Gruel, always handy. And then after, I think we are into the bowlers.
Yeah, I think Zain Shahad can. Zain Shahad's been there a while. I think he can hit a long ball. I can remember playing at Wanstead once and being mid collapse coming into about number 9 or 10 myself. And I think Zane had taken 2 or 3 wickets when plays a bit of cricket. That. When in the panic I went out there to bat and it went to we were playing out once until I was halfway to the wicket. I realised I had 2 left-handed gloves. So I had the ignominy of having to run back to the changing room, find my right-handed glove, ran back out to try and beat getting timed out, and then got out first ball, bowled middle to front.
I can think of a worse experience, and that's been invited to a very prestigious Masonic Lodge event. Not that I was a member of the Masons, but it was one of my best pals was whatever head you are in the Masons, and he invited me to this function, and I managed to turn up with dinner jacket, bow tie, smart shirt, 2 identical left shoes.
Oh, lovely.
Because I had 2 when you've got feet as big as mine, it's a bit difficult to get shoes, so you tend to buy 2 pairs when you find a pair that fits, and I managed to take the 2 left ones, and that is
I think that's bat on ground.
bat on ground, yes.
I don't think
Optimistic appeal.
don't think Gary.
So I will confess, I went down to this Masonic Lodge ball wearing 1 left shoe and 1 plimsoll and limped on my right leg, and when somebody said, "Why have you got a plimsoll on your right foot?" I said, "I can't get a shoe on it because it hurts too much from the injury."
That's a great colour story.
So
That's defence down the ground. That's a very good colour story.
yeah. The only other clothing mishap I can think of in a similar vein was once going out to keep wicket, having put my batting pads on for some bizarre reason, and it's amazing how batting pads hinder you when you keep wicket.
I imagine you must have looked like Corporal Jones in Dad's Army in the episode.
Well,
where
it
they
didn't
played
look right. I used to wear these super slimline wicket keeping pad things. That's another maiden from Darren, which in fact is his 6th maiden in 16 overs. So 42 overs, are we not having a sanitised break? I would have thought, well, mind you, I suppose they reset the sanitised breaks from 35 overs at lunch. It'd now be an odd number, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
No longer a multiple of 6, which makes it difficult for my brain. So, Dan Wolf to bowl to Ishan Kali, who dabs that backward of point for a single.
I do wonder if Colchester are missing a trick here without bringing on a frontline bowler with the open end here. But then, like I say, Dan Wolf does look like he could just take anyone's wicket at any point.
Well, 5.1 overs to 24, he's been fairly economical. And pushed backward a point for just a single again.
Just feel with the field spreads that Ishan Kali can probably come in and work his way to 5-10 and hit the bat.
I've
Hit
never
the middle
seen.
of the bat a couple of times.
I've scored him a few times. Never seen him bat this high. But then again, that's been for various Essex 11s, so he's probably been down the pecking order a little bit. But a fine bowler. That's just pushed out for a...
Well fielded by Joe McGregor, but Charlie Watts hasn't quite got round to back that up.
So overthrows, so that's 2, 3 they've gone for now.
Yeah.
So,
Sloppy there.
yeah, 3 runs. So that should bring Robin Das back on strike. Yep, that's correct. That's the moment I always hate when I'm scoring alone. And you get an overthrow, and you know you're trying to work out who's running to what end, and Fortunately, these two are fairly easy to tell apart. But when you've got two batsmen with the same kit and the same bat, the same sponsor, the same helmet, same size, it's somewhat difficult. That's nicely hooked through mid wicket
Bit of a pie there from
for
unfortunately.
4 runs. So expensive over there from Dan Wolf. As Wanstead move on to 185 for 4 off 43. Potentially 21 overs this innings left. Well, the good news is, Kieran, that the rain has held off. It was supposed to be belting it down at 11, and
Yeah, I think they've had a couple of breaks at Upminster Park, but I think it potentially looks like it's dying off on its way up from London. I think the esteemed Jeremy Sadler was hoping that Southend would bear the brunt of it, being on the coast. So fingers crossed.
well, I think Billericay seems to be bearing the brunt of the rain. The number of games there I've travelled to that have not commenced or rained off, or
Well, yeah,
seem to have problems with their covers.
disappointing the other week when we couldn't get down there for a game, but then we saw a very good game up here at Fest against Chingford in a well-fought, well-contested draw.
That's been put between point and gully, and they take 2. I've been trying to work out who's fielding down there, Kieran, behind the willow tree and the...
Haynes Fernandez, McGregor Fernandez, Wolf. That was Charlie Watts, I think. Just hearing the
yes,
voice.
I think it is Charlie down there.
Hearing the
It is
voice.
Charlie.
You got Hobbsy at cover and then Robbo
Yeah.
mid off. Yes, that would be Wattsy. Nice straight back there.
Yeah. So, football on a big screen tonight? Or was it on the big sheet?
The big sheet? It would either be on the big sheet, or if we've got to retune the tellies, you might be able to give me a hand. Because we found out watching the opening game, the Croatia game, that the big screen either has... We could get it up on the big screen and there'll be a 30-second delay as we'll be using iPlayer, which I don't think is the worst thing in the world. But then we found with the Croatia game that there was a one telly gets BBC HD and one gets BBC normal terrestrial.
Oh, right,
so there's a 2-second delay, which is quite frustrating between the two screens.
Oh, got you. Yeah,
So-
you won't do anything about that.
I'm not sure. Darren reckons we would be able to kind of get it up on both screens, but we have got the projector if needs be. So looking forward to a good evening, a few drinks.
Yeah, no, the problem will be two completely different transmission systems.
Well, I managed to get the.
I mean, the way it could be done. Have I got one? If I'd got a HDMI splitter at home, I don't think I have. I could play it through the computer and put HDIM to 2 screens.
Well, yeah, I mean, this is the
But-
thing with obviously I've got my laptop as well. We could do that, but yeah, I don't know if you can buy independent tuning devices now that you can plug in and they can both be switched on.
Yeah, no, all you need is a computer with a HDMI output, which any computer's got, and a splitter.
Yeah, I mean, it's
And
just
you
obviously. Yeah, I mean, if we go HDMI route, we probably have the big sheet up. But
Yeah, it's 2 off the over, 187 for 4 off 44. And this is a sanitised break, which gives me opportunity to mention our sponsors, Positive Waste Solutions, and also to restart the cameras, which gets rid of a little bit of lag that troubles us, which I've now done. So we should have audio and video back in sync. It was just a nuisance though when you're getting a 3-second lag between the two. And we have a change of bowling. This is Charlie Fernandez. Where is he in my list? Charlie Fernandez to bowl his second spell, this time though from the river end, and he'll be bowling to Robin Das. Field pretty well spread now. $20 overs of this innings potentially remaining.
Oh! One hand, one bounce, I think, was in play there. But
yeah, I think it picked short of Charlie, but nevertheless a good stop. A couple more wickets, and I think Colchester think they're well in this.
I mean, as you say, projected score of about 270. I mean, if you were to say to Colchester to chase that in 50 overs in the limited over stuff, I think they'd probably take your hand.
Yeah,
take that at the start, but obviously you've got to take into account the red ball and the fact that it does a lot more for a lot longer as well. And like I say, especially with these overhead conditions, you're not going to be able to throw caution to the wind quite as much.
Well, I was listening to a TV commentary the other day, and they were saying that
it's a
lovely shot for 4 runs. They were saying that the current crop of white balls, there's a lot more in them than they used to be.
Well, they used to actually swing for 10 overs, didn't they?
Yeah,
back in the day when they used to then have to change it after 30 overs because they said it went soft.
Well, I can remember when back in 2005 when I went to New Zealand, all the talk was about the kookaburra balls swinging really extremely for almost too much swing.
Around then you had Shane Bond just terrorising the Australians as much as anything.
So that's belted out sort of cow cornerish.
Charlie Watson, I think.
Just a single. Is that?
No, Jack Hobbs there.
No, it's Jack Hobbs, isn't it?
Jack
Yeah, I
Hobbs.
was going to say he's got. It's either Jack Hobbs or Wolfie, who are both wearing 12.
Have to get the story behind that at some point.
What, the story behind Wolfie wearing 12?
Well, 2 of them wearing 12.
I think it's the fact that the supplier's not managed to supply enough shirts.
Yeah.
Or rather, orders that were put in at the start of the season haven't been fulfilled, and the orders put in mid-season, because obviously Dan Wolf didn't arrive until a couple of weeks into the season, I don't think.
I think he was here before. I think I've met him when me and Darren were doing some personal training up here. At the start of end of March, start of April, but I think he was
certainly. I think there's been no shirts. They've just had all the hats delivered, haven't they?
Yeah, I think that's been from a separate company. They do look rather nice. Again, the esteemed Jeremy Sadler was modelling it earlier.
Well, I thought they were a bit what they call them, flower pot men.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the point. I mean, I know Simon Fernandez can sometimes be seen in his white flower pot Jack Russell style hat.
So it's Eckford to Ishan Kelly,
who
has top edged that, and it's gone all the way, I think. Oh no, Charlie Watts has managed to cut that off.
And that's why you have a fly slip at Castle Park, just for that exact reason, that if a batsman does get a good chunk of it, like the time with the lift and carry you get here, it goes straight to fly slip. I can remember
one of the big
when we won the league in the second 11. I know you played a couple of games at the start of that season. When we won the league in the second 11, we almost had 2 fly slips at times, especially with Andy Scrace bowling his tall medium paces, and the amount of times it would just be almost chop or uppercut over a third slip, and it'd go straight to fly slip.
And Robin Das has hit that well for 4 runs.
Looks like Wanstead are putting their foot on the pedal.
Yes, I can certainly remember those days well with dear Rob George hurting my hands when I kept wicket.
Yeah.
He's the only bowler to ever hurt my hands.
He-
Whether I stood too close to him, I don't know, but
I can remember
he
that.
really hurt my hands, and he's the
He
only
came
bowler
back
who
from-
ever did.
Just before his first illness, he came back and he'd been at Loughborough. We'd heard he'd put on the over team. I can remember Joe Austin, who was a very good first team batsman, batted 4 for years down here, has got plenty of runs, played Essex twos. Took strike and we were doing practice out in the middle, and Rob kind of turned up and bowled a middle stump Yorker, hit his foot, and that was Joe's evening done. And he was genuinely very, very
He was quick.
bowled a very heavy ball as well. I know Watsy can get it through, but Rob's bouncer in particular was very much he would hit the slice of the bat and it was throat high. Very pleasant action.
Well, the real shock,
And obviously back then I think we were still kind of at the tail end of
the real shock I had was when I kept to Rob George at the county ground that day when the county were here and the twos, our twos swapped to the county ground, and whether it was the wicket or what, but I remember thinking I've got to go another 5 yards further
Yeah.
back here.
and the problem with Rob was that because he had such a good action and he bowled such a heavy ball, he got the lift as well, even though he wasn't the tallest of.
That's backward of point where Charlie Watts is in action again, and the batsmen take 2, end of the over, and that brings up the 200 for Wanstead in 46 overs and 183 minutes at a run rate of 4.35 an over. Well, if they keep going at this rate, it's they're on target for 278. 6 and over would take them over 300 to
I think from here
308.
they'll be looking at least 300.
Yeah.
As I say, with wickets in hand, and if Colchester can grab a couple,
Yeah, I think wickets might swing this.
it's always the way to say it. No, to be fair, good mention to Dan Thacker last week, who bowled a very ferocious spell in the twos. Probably one of the quickest we've seen in the twos for a while on a surface with lift, and it was nice to have a short leg in and a leg gully. And
Ishan Kelly has swept that
to George Offord here.
to George Yofford. Reverse sweep
Got a
brings
good-
him 2.
Good lump of that reverse sweep. But yeah, Dan bowling very good. Bowling to a plan in terms of pushing the batsman back, and then he got his LBW and is caught behind as a result of those short balls. But
And again, same shot, but this time a bit further backward. That's Dan Thacker, is it, chasing that?
yeah, I think that is Dan.
2. It is a long, long way down here without the binoculars.
Very wet area there. It's going to plug. You'd have
Yeah.
thought. A lot of the time when people ask kind of what the difference is between stepping up from Division 1 to the Prem in the Essex League, it's kind of almost typified in those shots from Robin, where you think you can plug a batsman's strength and they've just got that one extra shot as a spinner
Yeah.
that they can, whether it's a reverse sweep, there's, you'll find people who are just as good coming down the wicket as they are sweeping, which obviously, even in Division 1, it's rare that you have someone with that ability to manoeuvre the field and to just be able to, like I say, play a reverse sweep the same they'd play a cover drive, and
Yeah. I think crucial
and
to
that's
the
that's the step up. Is a lot of the time you can plug players' best shots in Division 1 and force them into something. But I think he's
that
hold out here.
is hold out, and that is caught by Charlie, isn't it?
That's Jack Hobbs. We just had that just now. That was Hobbsy.
Caught by Jack Hobbs. Good spot.
I feel like I've talked
So-
him out there.
Yeah, Robin Das has been caught by Jack Hobbs for 71.
I think that's.
That is an important wicket for Colchester.
I think that's disappointing. Devon already got 4-5 in the over already. It's very easy up here to hit twos. it's a bit of a nightmare bowling spin sometimes, because a lot of the time those kind of shots, if they don't get a hold of it, don't quite carry to the fielder. But he's got a fair chunk of that. But you'd think that he could easily there milking it around the ground with little risk. And what would they be saying at Wimbledon at the moment? Do they call it, is it unforced error? Do they say? But well stuck out there from Charlie Fernandez, making sure he stuck to his game plan. Easy for a spinner to start trying to bowl quicker balls and mixing it up too much, whereas he's just stuck with his line of length there.
So, got to look carefully which end the new man is going to.
I think the new man is in the jumper. I think that's the...
Yes, your new man's in the jumper, but
I don't think they crossed. I think he knew as soon
no,
as
that was the question I was having.
No, I think this is Ishan Callaghan's
Yeah,
straight.
it is Ishan. That was what I was looking for.
Yeah.
I mean, the distance that ball travelled, I would have expected them to cross.
I think he knew as soon as
But-
he hit it that he'd pick the man straight out.
It's now
Obviously, they're gonna drop
Darren Eckford to Ishan Kelly, who just pushes that back out. No run. And Nav Divedi, I can never pronounce his name. Divedi, I think it is. Divedi. I'll just call him Nav with apologies. Kelly taking strike from Eckford. And that's
out.
very well hit. Yeah, deep point. Just a single.
I feel like this is the crucial part of the game here, because that wicket Robin Das is going to certainly slow down the run rate, because
Yes.
he'd started going after Eckford, that lovely shot in the top as well. And
In-
now
Interestingly, the last 5 overs have only gone for 28 runs and 1 wicket in that period.
it's felt
So-
very frenetic for 5.5 runs and over.
Well, when Kishan Villani and Robin Das were together, it was looking very ominous. But now they've both fallen.
Yeah.
2 relatively new batsmen at the crease. I know Ishan Kelly's faced 25, but
Well, this is it, another wicket or two in the next 5-6 overs to Colchester, and you're really pegging back that, looking at over 300 to, like I say, that 275, where it's a good count to an angle.
that looks a great delivery.
Beats the bat there, looks like Daz is still getting a bit of movement.
That hit
here.
the spot and just shaped away.
Yeah.
I don't bother doing replays of those because he does it so often. it's the same delivery over and over again.
He's a real leader on and off the pitch, and in terms of someone who consistently sets a standard, I can't think of many other players who've been able to do it. He's up there in terms. I think it's no quality to put up there. Someone like Julian Russell, who's always led with the bat and set the standard. I think Daz has done that with the ball, and really said, set the standard up for the guys. And a lot of guys have this season leapt up to that, and we've seen some really good spells. We've seen how good Vic Ash has, I'd say, transition from second team to first team, but he's almost gone third team to first team. He skipped out the
Vic Ash
second.
was revelation.
Oh, there we go. Is that a
Very
Hobbsy run
great
out?
stop by Hobbsy,
Yeah.
and I wasn't quick enough with the camera to pick that up, unfortunately. Outside the main camera view, and I wasn't fast enough to switch to the second camera.
But yeah, I think
But excellent fielding.
I think Vic Ash is one that obviously doesn't necessarily quite look like your Premier League cricketer, and I think
Well, his action, he's somebody described him as an animated pipe cleaner.
I think that's myself. I think it's a fair reflection. I mean, they do call him Straw.
The straw.
He's very kind of arms and legs, but he's, again, I mean, I suppose in my times, first couple of years, and for certain,
Charlie Fernandez to Ishan Kelly, and
pushed down to long on for one.
but just a single.
Yeah, when I first started playing Premier, having, should we say, less of a svelte build,
Hmm.
having less of a svelte build as others around the Premier League circuit. I think I got quite a few what I describe as ego wickets, where they couldn't have this young podgy guy come up and bowl off spin at them. And I think Vicash last year kind of teams respected him very early doors, and
He's baffled and bemused.
naughty as everyone else has
very,
described him.
very good batsman this season.
Looking at the wickets from last week, some of the deliveries, just the fact that batsmen are missing about half a foot tells you what you need to know, and especially guys who
Well,
are
he bowls it like a banana.
you know, we're used to seeing, you know, those guys that Hadley have done really well this year, and they're used to those home conditions. To see another bowler turn up and just go through them like Vicash did.
Oh, another bit fortunate there.
And the thing with Vicash is just the fact he swings it so late. He reminds me of I think he plays for England over 50s with Fizzer from Wanstead. I think he's in that.
Oh yeah.
Sean Cooper used to play for Bury St Edmunds. I think he's still there now playing in East Anglian Prem. Awful to face because
Just pushed out to George Offord in the covers for his single.
he didn't have an outswinger, but he would swing it in comfortably, a fair amount. But you wouldn't know till halfway down the wicket if it was going to move or not.
No.
And that's where I think we've seen Simon up to the stumps, taking plenty of catches off Vicash. It's bringing both edges into play.
That's a good shot. Nobody's going to cut that off. Well, Guy Haynes is making a good effort. But 4 to Ishan Kelly. 6 off the over. So 212 for 5 off 49. Potentially 15 overs left.
I feel like Wanstead here will be looking to see Daz off. I think he's only got 3 or 4 overs left, has he?
He's bowled 19 so far.
Two.
So 2. 19 overs, 6 maidens, 3 for 47.
That's your match fees worth, isn't it?
Yep.
I did see another seam opening bowler known for his 21 over spells down here earlier in Ben Stevens, who I've seen turn various shades of purple whilst running up to bowl straight through.
Oh, that's nicked, but Charlie Watts has prevented it going for the boundary.
I think he's ridden that well there. Got on top of the bounce. So you see Mr. Hobbs and young puppy Hobbs making their way in front of the pavilion.
Beautiful shape delivery. Well, I was hoping to see Claire McGregor down here today. Maybe she's coming down later, so I could thank her for the excellent birthday cake she provided for me a couple of weeks ago. A great surprise. I actually left before I even knew anything about it.
I was wondering if that made its way to you in the end.
So I managed to consume it on a Sunday. Not all of it, I would add. I did share a substantial quantity with my colleagues because it was the day of the under-19s played the next day, two T20 games. So if Claire's listening, thank you very much. I will thank you in person when I get to see you, but it has been 2 weeks. Normally they're watching the stream. Oh, that's a bit
That's a French
streaky.
cut for 4. I think is Charlie Watts going to?
No, Charlie's not going to cut that off. So 4 runs to Callie. Takes him on to 27.
Score update for Upminster, 186 for 5. The Upminster second 11, so a bit of a recovery there.
Have they started earlier there? I know the
I think
league
it's the
said
12
they
o'clock
could.
starts. I
they-
messaged Nicky during the week when I
Yeah.
thought I was going to be available to play.
They said they could start early.
Yeah, I think it was possibly earlier than 12 was on the start, but I don't think the league had that. Slapped with some ferocity there.
Further forward to Ishan Kelly.
I think Dan's almost seen that coming as he's put mid-off back on the boundary there. Brave move putting Ben Robinson in the way of a forthcoming catch. But Daz obviously putting his faith into Ben after having taken his first catch in I think 4 years. Last weekend at Hadley and Thundersley rather.
Yes.
That's just punched out the ground. I think, well, yeah, I don't think there's any interest in there for a second one.
No. 10 off the over. 2-2-2 for 5. Diet Cola, please. So Kieran briefly skipping down to the bar. Please. No thanks. Let's get our priorities right. Bar order. Diet Cola, no ice for me while I'm scoring. Let's just turn around the corner. No run. And we now have a bit of a shower. I can hear the rain pattering on the marquee. That's beaten everybody. And that's a bye, and indeed 4 byes. So fortunately the shower seems to have stopped, but there's a distinct patter of rain on the marquee in front of the pavilion here. No sign of the players even flinching from the rain, so it could be very localised just on the marquee occupied by Wanstead, and the rest of the ground remaining dry. We do get a bit of a microclimate in this part of North Essex. Quite often we play when others around us don't. Just a single to Charlie Watts, and end of the over. 2-2-7 for 5 off 51, with Ishan Kelly 33 off 38 and Nav 2 off 9. So this should be Darren Eckford's last over. Bowling to Ishan Kelly, 13 overs of this innings potentially remaining. They don't have to take them all, of course, but I suspect they will from the score position here. And that's hooked many a mile for 6 runs to Ishan Kelly. So Darren Eckford's probably wishing he hadn't bowled these last 2 overs. It's by far and away his most expensive. That's just played out for no run. The top man Kieran Saville has brought me a drink, which is just what the doctor ordered.
Not known many to have a quadruple whiskey at this time of the day, Phil, but it's 5 o'clock somewhere.
It's that's well hit, and that's another one that's sailed out of the ground for 6. I'm saying Darren probably wishes he hadn't bowled these last 2 overs. Messing his figures.
And I thought he might have come back to Elmer Fudd like he did against Chingford to pick up a couple of cheap wickets and get his fifer. I thought that would have been the smart move, but Ishan Kelly looks like he's willing to give it the long handle, shall we say.
Well, 45 off 41.
This is why Charlie Watts is in a catching position down there.
That's just gently pushed back at a square where they go through for just a single.
Just said hello to our missing spin bowling all-rounder Denson, who's currently on a beach in Cyprus. So
Oh, right.
okay for some.
What's he doing in Cyprus? There's no war there, is there?
Well, he's getting paid to be out there, Phil. I don't really know what's going on. And that's
scooped down to another 4 Plymouth. This time
Davidi.
Nav.
Certainly a statement of intent there from
So
Wanstead.
17 off this over. Darren now 3 for 74.
Still very respectable figures, especially.
Still very respectable,
Bowled
but
up at Castle Park,
his last two overs have treated with no respect whatsoever. And that's more like it. So Darren Eckford finishes 21 overs, 6 maidens, 3 for 74. It's gone dark all of a sudden, hasn't it? We're not going to see any further evidence of rain. While you were downstairs at the bar, you could hear the rain hitting this marquee, but it stopped as fast as it started.
Yeah, I mean, looking at it, there seems to be. It looks a bit brighter from where it comes from. There's plenty of breaks in this cloud. It's not as if it's filled out like it sometimes does. So fingers
It's
crossed.
just a 1.
I do wonder if this is what we're seeing here from Wanstead, if they're thinking that in the position they're in, they're going to try and push for an early declaration just to.
Have a few more overs at us. Yeah, it'll be interesting. That 2 has gone for 4. Just restarting the cameras. Oh, it's good the replay's been played.
Yeah, perhaps Wanstead are looking to make sure that if there is some time taken out the day. That's a very good shot, that. I think Charlie Flanders seen him coming and gone to fire it wide for the sun.
Batsmen pick up 3. And that brings up the 250 runs in 52.3 overs. So that's another bonus point, isn't it? For
I'm not sure where the bonus points lie in.
yeah,
To be fair, even in the second team, I struggled.
I could never remember, to be honest. I think they're odd amounts in this. No, 250 is one of them.
I think Joe McGregor warming up's probably not the worst shout from Colchester. He's quite a when the opposition just score as quickly as they are here,
Just
he can be quite a wicket taking option with his over spinners and his googly.
one brings Nav back on strike.
That's well done, Banks. I think that's Haynes who's
Yeah.
got down loads of that.
So 53 overs gone, 253 for 5. So with Darren Eckford finished, what are we going to see?
I'm just surprised to see Dan Thacker maybe perhaps come back in the tackle Charlie Watts. I think it might be Joe McGregor.
Well, we have a sanitised break. So
Yeah, it looks like Joe McGregor has taken his hat off and Simon Fernandez is up to the stump, so that looks like the change.
Joe McGregor.
Again, I think Joe's not a bad option when this is the tempo the opposition are going at. He's
Suddenly gone very dark. There's a very big black cloud hanging over us.
I'll tell you what, Phil, I'll try and get the
There'll be no difference on for the viewers on the screen because the camera will adjust for light. In fact, if it got dark enough, it'll actually go into a dark infrared mode.
Does it go infrared? Do you just see skeletons walking around?
It'll go
like
into
in Jurassic Park?
infrared mode if that's very nicely
That's a lovely little
dabbed
dab. I've got
behind,
lots of time for a dab there.
chased by Hainsey. And that
That's a
is
quick
2
550
for
for
Cali, which has come up in 46 balls, 48 minutes, 4 fours, 2 sixes, strike rate of 108.7. So a very useful innings by Ishan Cali.
much more of a
It's also the 50 partnership, which has gone up in 37 balls.
reception there. Poor Robin Das there, not really
Yeah,
getting acknowledgement for his.
I think he gets 50 so often they just ignore him, I think. Yeah. Not paying attention, that's knocked out to Wolfie for a single.
I think we're in full one-day mode here at the limited overs.
Yeah, I think they're
Okay, well, I'm loose reading here, please.
News
just
in from
played.
the youngest Savile, who says that they've already finished and have lost by 6 wickets at Everton.
Oh
I think
dear.
they're away at Stowmarket, so he'll be very well liquored up in time for the football, I imagine. Oh, that's unlucky.
It's nicked, but
Fine.
nowhere near Ben Robinson, just a single.
I think this is a smart move for Colchester. They've brought the deep square and deep mid wicket in, saving 2.
Yeah.
I think you'd quite happily at this point, you know, if the batsman want to go across the ball and drop it in there for a single, then yeah, I do like this field set. Like I say, very much a one limited overs. Though that's
Oh, that's a hell of a shot.
that's more of a switch hit than a reverse sweep, but that's a hell of a pick up there over.
For the 4 to Ishan Cali, takes the score on to 261 for 5. Still 10 overs potentially remaining, 10.1 overs in
I
fact.
do feel we may see a slightly earlier declaration potentially. Once it's quite an aggressive side, will be backing themselves, I imagine, to try and take those tickets. Like I say, if weather is around. That's well done by Joe.
So we can just hear a bit of pitter-patter of rain on the marquee again.
I think that's a drink and a message potentially being run out.
Yeah.
This is the non-raining area. You've gone to
Yeah, it appears to be raining in front of the pavilion and not raining on the pitch at the moment.
Sounds quite heavy there.
Yeah. Don't know whether our viewers can hear the rain pitter-pattering, but no evidence that the players are getting wet. Although there was a young man with a coat over his head there, and a couple of spectators moving their seats now.
Looking at the radar at the moment, it looks like we're in the midst of a little bit of a shower.
There is a there's a particularly big black cloud right over us.
Yeah, I think that looks like it's.
And that is a stumping attempt, but
I think in
quick
fairness,
enough.
Simon Fernandez has been done very well there to actually get there.
I think
turn and bounce that Charlie Fernandez is.
Yeah, I think he took it, and he realised he was a long way from the stumps, and by the time he'd swung his arms back, it was enough for Nav to get back in.
Yeah, it certainly looks like that's caught by.
That's caught and bowled by Charles Fernandez. A bit of a soft end.
Not great cricket all round there, apart from the catch. Bit of a half tracker. I don't think this is Joe Ellis Gould.
No, I was told it's Joe Ellis Gould.
I don't think
so.
This is
who is this? Can you?
Jegsy. Joe, who's this going in? Yeah, number 9, Saeed. Cheers, mate.
Right. So, change the batting order. Good job we checked. Zarais Saeed. I think the haircut gave him away there.
I think the haircut, the lack of height,
Jegsy, yeah.
the right-handedness, and the fact that Joe Ellis Gould is still sat in front of us in the market.
Yeah.
Quite clear indicators there.
Do you think it's a quite clear indicator that Joe Ellis Gould doesn't like playing in the rain?
Possibly. I'm surprised Joe Ellis Gould hasn't done this little commentary, to be fair. I thought that had been right up his street, to be honest.
I didn't even enter the conversation, so maybe we ought to get him up here.
I thought he'd have done a very good job at talking.
Yeah.
But no.
So, Zarais Saeed facing Charlie Fernandez, and
it's almost bowled him.
Looked a bit bemused by that one.
Yeah. It's almost gone up into the rib cage.
Do you think it's go and have a bat because you're not going to have a bowl and you're going to spend a lot of time in the field? So,
potentially. I mean, I don't think that's how it gets played here because I know Johnny Dass
That's a very nice dab.
Batted 8 or 9 at this point, but I think it does get to the point where you may see someone who comes in.
2.
I think Joe's probably seen it and thought, well,
give the lad he's obviously a young lad.
I think Ishan's going to want to take most of the strike here anyway. I think it's probably less the rain. I think it's more the case that Joe doesn't necessarily want to go up with.
And that's swept square at a wicket for just a single.
Bit of a hiding to nothing at this point, going out to bat, knowing that you can be, I think, looking at it.
Cloud seems to have moved distinctly.
We're seeing a declaration very soon, I think. We've got a wicket.
That's a nice shot. Didn't even see where the ball went there,
I think
but
that's
it's
the declaration.
a 4. And let's just check with the umps.
Yeah, keeper's got his pads on in the marquee. That's the declaration, Phil, I think.
I assume that's a declaration, Gary.
Well, so do I. Nobody said anything, but as they walked off, it's a declaration.
Well, I was concerned it might be rain stop play because it's been raining here for a while.
It was pissing down in the trees to my left, but we had a tiny bit down the middle.
Don't ask me if you want to drink. So I want a cup of tea while we're having a break, because I'll go down and put it on.
I'm alright with this. Oh, the umpires want
I'll
to
give it.
Yeah. So that's the end of the innings with a declaration on 268 to 6.
Barry, do you guys want a drink?
Cool, Barry, I'm fine, thanks so much.
What does Barry want? Tango, Coke, water,
Coke, please. Small can.
fat or thin? These are too many options.
I said Bear Coke.
Diet Coke.
So the Wanstead innings concludes on 268 for 6 declared after just 55 overs, which gives them a few overs extra to bowl at Colchester. Wanstead fancying their chances of taking 10 wickets here. I'm just going to pause here for a break. So we're back under play here with Colchester chasing 269 to win. Joe McGregor taking strike to the bowler Zain Shazad, who will be opening from the river end. Umpire Barry Toombs gives me the signal. I'm ready, so I signal back, and we're ready to start play. And the equation is Colchester have a minimum of 63 overs to get the required runs. Required rate is 4.27 an over, so if they can bat through, every opportunity to get a win out of this, but Wanstead obviously looking to take 10 wickets. And McGregor very watchfully lets that go through.
Very well poised, I think. I think Wanstead have always been known for being aggressive in their play, and I think they'll have seen that at this stage of the season taking a draw off of Colchester probably isn't something that's going to be too much.
So second delivery. Firm shout of no.
Yeah, tactically stopping us from winning I don't think is in Wanstead's minds. I think it's more a case of they want 25 points, and if they think that there's going to be a bit of weather around, then they want to give themselves the best chance they can to take 25.
Look, compared to the forecast, the weather has been remarkable. It's supposed to have been thrashing it down.
These thunderstorms from 7 o'clock onwards, which obviously is after the game is done, but the rain radar doesn't look too horrific. I just think...
Well, it depends which forecast you looked at, but I saw heavy rain at 11 this morning, heavy rain at 3 o'clock this afternoon, and the weather gods have been kind. And in fact, now that black cloud has gone distinctly over High Woods and North Colchester, it appears to be heading in that sort of northeasterly direction. I'm going to get shot because I told my wife that she didn't need to water her allotment yesterday, and she probably did.
There's been another early declaration at Upminster Park where Upminster have declared 230 for 6 after 39 overs.
Well, that's going to be fairly challenging, I would think.
So it gives Colchester 51 to chase that, which I think 4.5 and over at Upminster is going to be quite a tall order. Upminster have won every game this year, and I think they'll be looking for 25 points. Again, I think that's an aggressive declaration in terms of, especially the second team where there's no points for a draw. So similar to how we played our cricket last week in the seconds, we went very aggressive throughout on the basis that we're no better off losing than we are drawing, so we might as well, there's no point dying wondering, we might as well try plans A through to Z and see what happens. And as I say, DT and Jacob bowled very, very well. That's trouble there for
Nicely
Jacob.
turned off his hips. Oh no, leg buys.
I think he'll be disappointed with that because I think it was glove, but if he was caught behind, I think he'd have been glad that Barry thought it was his thigh. I think Joe's been strangled down the leg side once or twice this year, hasn't he? So
Yeah, he 3 or 4 weeks ago he got out for 3 on about 4th delivery of his innings, chasing one that was a good 18 inches wide of the off stump, flicking it and straight in the keeper's gloves. So Ishan Kali will be opening the bowling from the Catchpole Road end to Ben Robinson. Had some decent partnerships from these two last few weeks. Robbo seems to go well till he performs a reverse sweep, which is not his.
He's one of those frustrating kind of characters, isn't he, Robbo?
Fine bat. does tend to get out playing an extravagant shot that perhaps he didn't need to make.
Yeah, again, he's quite so young. We've got a lot of youngsters in this team in terms of experience as well playing cricket. I mean, by the time obviously it's different for the kids these days. They don't play anywhere near as much adult cricket
No.
as early as they did, even back in my day. I can remember fine leg to fine leg duties when I was 8, 9 years old for Aberdeen third team when my dad was captain.
I used to play 4 days a week, week in, week out.
Oh,
that was into
when
my.
I was-
I was into my 50s when I was still doing that.
Yeah, when I was at college, I mean, I've scaled it back now. But I was very much a gentleman of Essex, playing for them a lot during the week. Played quite a lot for Essex Club and Ground as well with Andrew McGarry.
It did help having a job where I could have virtually unlimited
Well, yeah,
time
this
off.
was my college days, and I'd be able to, for some reason, college were happy to just say that I was an exceptional sportsman and therefore had time off college to go and in the summer go and play at Epping School and Forest School and Felsted and all these Gents of Essex games and Essex Club and Ground games. So that was quite a nice way to spend my college time. But
Very wide ball there.
yeah, he's a youngster. I think he'll know Joe McGregor well from Essex Academy.
Oh yeah,
so
they're both in the academy. I've seen them. I've scored them many times in the under-18s. Ishan also, I believe, in the development 11.
to be fair, I mean, this is a competition between two sides that are very much, shall we say, obviously in this day and age of club cricket where there's a lot of brown bags being handed around and stuff. It's two of the Premier clubs who are very much focused on developing homegrown talent and putting faith in the youngsters and those in the local area. Like I say, good to see guys like Zain Shazad. Obviously, Johnny Das isn't playing today, but his younger brother is. Good to see those guys. And just Wanstead as a club. Similar to Colchester, just focusing on youth. I mean,
I think they run about 6 or 7 teams that Wanstead.
I think
amazing.
They
I-
run several at the age group, but I can remember going there when on Saturday for an all-day game. This would have been 10 years ago if I was playing all day, and obviously they had some Colts on there first, and it's just the amount of Colts and obviously the amount of volunteers they have down at Wanstead and stuff. It's really great to see.
So Ishan Kelly starts with a maiden.
Oh, it's been a nice competitive game of cricket playing against Wanstead. I can remember. I say that I can remember playing against Wanstead up here at the park when Alex Young, who was very much North Essex personified. It's fair to say for Young. It was the days when Maurice Chambers and Merv Westfield were both kind of in their youthful pomp. And, Youngie managed to cart Merv over deep mid wicket for 6 and let him know that he'd done it, which led to Merv, who at times could be, shall we say, lackadaisical with his bowling efforts, becoming very pumped up for Youngie to then miss a couple of bouncers and then get comprehensively bowled, for myself to then walk in as Youngie walked off giggling. And,
Hi Phil, Matt's not been my strong point. I've just been mulling over the fact that 65 equals 120 overs, so it's a minimum 65 back.
I'll change it. I thought that was the case, but I'm going to argue with you.
No, well, not being a strong point here, obviously, Matt.
that's your job, Walski. That's why they're umpiring. You're here.
No, I don't. When it comes to application of the playing conditions,
It's nothing to do with you, I suppose. Just the application of maths.
So when I get to the end of this over, I will adjust it.
Were you ever tempted to go at an umpire?
No.
No.
He said it to Barry, he went through his calculation again and ended up with the same with 63. I went, like, that
2 dots, haven't we? That's a lovely shot.
Nicely
Oh,
pushed
but
out.
well stopped. Just a single to Joe McGregor.
I think that's a good sign when you're a batsman if you can. Obviously, Joe's not got hold of that, but the fact that he's confident pushing up on the up, he's kept it on the ground. It's one of those feelings, you know, when you're batting, there's certain things that you play on instinct, and a push like that into the covers is certainly one that obviously will probably put Joe in, put him at ease in terms of showing a bit of intent.
Now, the thing is that in a first-class game, you lose a couple of overs for
The changeover.
a changeover. So I, when I was told 63, I just accepted it. I mean, I'd put 65 up because obviously 120 less when we were bowled was 65, but then I thought maybe there is 2 off for the changeover. Shrugged my shoulders and
Well played down from there.
yeah,
Down to wide leg.
to Ben Robinson. Score goes on to 6.
Hoping this is going to be a very close run game. I mean, obviously I'd hope Colchester just knocked it off without losing a wicket, but I think once they left, it's quite well poised. I think they've almost people may see it as a sign of disrespect to Colchester, saying that we don't think you can chase this target down in even more overs than you usually would, but at the same time I think it's also respect to Colchester, saying, well, we think you're a good enough batting side that worst comes to worst, we're going to need every bit we can to bowl you out, even if we take wickets. So it's a bit of both really. It's, you know, obviously it's I think primarily Wanstead will just be backing themselves to try and limit Colchester, take wickets, and obviously try and win the game. But I think you can't necessarily see it as a sign of disrespect when a team declares 9 overs early and says good luck to the oppo. I think it's very much a case of them recognising that they need to win this game. They need to take 10 wickets, and they need to give themselves every chance to do that. So I think it's
I think Wanstead realised that Chelmsford and Hornchurch now gone top of the league, have taken the initiative, and clawing back the points is not easy.
Yeah, especially when you look at teams like you look at a team like Chelmsford, who are very much set up to bat first, bat long for 64 overs, and then bat their spinners on there, especially playing at home, to cash in, take those wickets. Like I say, they're kind of set up for that, and I think Wanstead are similar at theirs, obviously with a turning pitch, but. Again, if you challenge for the title, you can't die wondering. You have to give yourself every chance to win and take 25 points. And again, being similar in second team cricket, where you don't get any points for draws, so something says it's easier to win a game chasing a target than taking 10 wickets. But at the same time, if you go out with an aggressive mindset and say, well, whatever we bat in 50, we're going to just try and bowl you out, and the amount of overs don't matter. And I think that's kind of where Wanstead have gone with this decision. That's wafty from Ben Robinson there.
Yeah, would look good if he got hold of it. But
And again, this is where I'd want to see a fly slip. I say it every week, and Key Young will bang his head against the wall if he's listening to this. But yeah, it's because if Ben gets any chunk of an edge on that, then that's flying over. It's going straight to fly slip on a third slip line, which is where you put him.
once they're backing themselves, got 2 slips and 3 slips in the gully.
3 slips in the gully. That's better for Ben
And
Robinson.
very cleverly just dabbed down for a single. Easy single.
And again, but I assume that's, I suppose that's local knowledge. But again, last week, we were talking about the amount of times you go to other places and say it's not like batting on Castle Park. It's slow and it's low, etc. And we kind of flipped it on its head and said, well, we're running into bowl, how can we make it not like Wickford? You know, how do we make, obviously from a batting advantage, we really enjoy batting at home, but how can we turn it into a bowling advantage? And obviously saying to DT to run in and say, you know, let's give them a bit of sweet chin music. And they were kind of starstruck by that, and I think that's something that obviously Wanstead might want to bear in mind here is, you know, it's not going to have the same, you know, it's going to have more carry, etc. You can bring certain things into play that you can't on these slow and low London Park pitches.
One off that over. 7 off 4.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how Colchester go out and face this. I don't know if we'll see. Wolfie obviously got a few runs at 3 last week. I don't know if we'll see him.
He batted really well actually last week.
He's a very good batsman. I think it's obviously it's tough joining a new club, and like I said, I think it's playing in pretty Devon kind of locations where pitches are a bit different to playing on obviously last week.
Well, I have a bit
Joe's, I mean, his 35 was probably worth 80 batting on a pitch like that. Where,
yeah, I have a bit of a parallel actually, because I came to Essex having previously played in Somerset, or North Somerset really.
Yeah.
So, and I found the conditions significantly different.
Yeah, and like I say, that's well bowled. That's, to be fair, that's well played by Ben. Soft hands there, so it angles down.
Carry.
But I think that's a big difference as well. There's such a diverse amount. And I think it creates, especially when you're playing each team in a 50 over limited and each team in a 120 over declaration. I think it's a very good.
Although to be fair, in my day,
split format.
We played an awful lot of cricket on uncovered wickets.
Yeah.
I've often said, ever since I joined Colchester, which is a long time ago now, that if the young lads had experience
that's well bowled
gone through, and that's 4 runs.
Waved it through.
It's streaky, but
I don't think it would have carried to fly slip, but this is
no.
Again, I think this is what you'll see from visiting teams at the park, where I'm not saying every ball's going to go to fly slip, but you get that extra bit of carry here. You know, you're not. It's not the worst position. Like I say, I think Ben there hasn't. That's more of a genuine edge than a flash and an edge, but you know that's going to fly. It is going to fly here, and it's probably going to carry through a lot more than it does at Wanstead.
But I've often thought the young batsmen here, because they don't play on uncovered wickets, you know, and they only ever experience fully covered. When they come to someone that is a bit sticky, they flounder a bit.
I think that's why it's been so impressive recently, especially looking at Joe's innings at Hadley and Dundesley last year. It's the complete antithesis of what he's used to. Just a leg by though, I think, down to fine leg. Just a complete opposite of
signal from umpire Barry Toombs. So yep.
Yeah, just the opposite of what he's growing up here facing at Castle Park. Obviously, we're blessed with the esteemed Joe Sadler and his wickets, and then obviously Joe playing probably a lot of his twos cricket and things at Billericay.
And covers that seem to work.
Well, yeah, this is it. So I think it's
Billericay had a lot of trouble with their covers recently.
A couple of years ago when we got promoted, I was part of that promotion side, and I said to them, obviously having played some cricket elsewhere, away from the park, it is a big change, and you have to snap into effect. You have to realise you got to put your ego to one side. We had one game at Howard Wood where people were kind of after the game, youngsters saying, you know, well, if at the park I could have hit that for 6. It's like, well, that's not the case if you're playing somewhere else and you have to put park ego to one side. And I think obviously Joe's innings last week, 145 is probably worth a double ton on a wicket like that. Same as Wolfie, you know, 35 there is worth a hell of a lot more than. That's a cracking
that
shot.
is shot of the day.
Joe McGregor on the up there, 3 mid off. Relatively decent fielding position because they've put the man there not on catch, but he's very much up on the one. But Joe there has just driven it on the up, and that was just
So 16 off 5 over, so it is.
powerful. But I think the youngsters across the Essex League get a varied education across wickets, etc. And I think that's the clubs that do well very much make as say Chelmsford always up there in the top 2 or 3 because they make their home ground a fortress. They know how to play on it. I can remember when I had 3 years away here playing for Cotford in the 2 counties, and first year was Division 2 and we got promoted. And
So Ishan Cully to
Oh,
Ben
that's where I
Robinson.
meant
That is
to-
a nice
just
shot
for a single.
for a single.
And we had and first year was typical Cotford Village sort of track where you had that home advantage, you knew how to bowl and bat on it. And then over the course of the winter, Lawrence Edwards got installed as groundsman, and all of a sudden it became a flat track, and guys who had bowled at Cotford for ages had no idea how to bowl on it, which obviously being one of the shorter grounds in the county, boundary wise.
So just the single.
And that's where it's been good to see Colchester adjust to different conditions, and like I say, for such a young team it's such a big thing, especially like I say, parking that ego to one side and just saying, look, you know, if it means 10 off, being 10 not out off 40 balls is going into tea is better than being 30 or 40, then you know it's making those judgments.
Well, in the West Country we played a lot of 40 over cricket on the Sunday, and we used to work on the principle that 60 off 20 meant 200 off 40.
Yeah, it used to be.
And completely different pace of scoring, but then again we didn't have the super big bats, and it's well hit.
Positive
but
there from Ben. Positive there from Ben. I think that's full enough. There's but yeah, I can remember things being kind of like 45 over cricket or 50 over cricket was kind of double up at 30.
or 20 overs, if you've got 120 you've done well.
And like I said, the big difference
On a
between now
ball.
and then is the difference in the balls. If you think back then, we used to play 45 over cricket with a red ball. Your limited over stuff was with a red ball, which done so much more. Done so much more for so much longer. So you couldn't just get off to a flyer, because obviously the pink ball and the orange ball that we use here in the limited over stuff doesn't swing to the same extent that others, the red balls, and it doesn't do it very near as long.
Oh, we have a little bit of a problem with the camera. There must be some moisture about.
Janice Austin here.
I have not
Haven't seen her.
And no ball, no runs.
Yeah, again, I think we're seeing, you know, these guys.
I actually think I've identified a new problem here. We have the willow tree between the sight screen and the transmitters,
Do you
and
think
I
that's
wonder whether moisture on the willow tree is sufficient to
disrupt the signal?
disrupt the signal. End of the over, 19 off 6, and that must be a sanitised break, so let's put the sanitised break slide up, and gives me an opportunity to restart the cameras. No, I discovered in the first year of streaming video that it's amazing what obstructions will do to your signal. I remember going to Hornchurch, and it started off in the first innings. I had a great signal, and then a load of cars parked in between, as soon as the car's parked, of course, signal won't go through because it needs line of sight. So I went out to the second innings and I put the camera higher, not that much higher, but high enough to sort of get above a car bonnet. And then I discovered that the human being, Joe McGregor's got hold of that. And,
is that a one max four?
That's a 4, yeah. A human being 60% water is not a very good conductor. And I suggest guys of my size and your size are even less good conductors. But a human being stood in between the two was a problem, and that's why I now get them at least above,
even now with
above head
4G
height.
signal, I mean that's actually gone for 8 because it's gone for 4 on the other side of that other pitch.
But that willow tree now is completely obstructing the signal, and I suspect it's dripping from the bit of rain we've had, and it's probably enough to cause me the odd problem I'm having. Even the BBC have trouble with
Yeah, I think it's
cameras, and at least they got the benefit of about 10 cameras, and they can. God bless you, Keith. Well, I'm chuffed as hell because my good friend Keith has just brought me the usual bag of wine gums that he often brings me. So if you hear some rustling under the mic, it's the wine gums. Much appreciated, Keith. One of our loyal supporters. Kieran, do have a wine gum.
I will.
Right, take 2 or 3, and then you don't have to rustle them under the mic. You want to take yourself a handful.
I'm okay.
You sure? Because I know that they're annoying.
You need a bowl with them.
That is well hit.
Like Joe McGregor there.
Will it go though? I think it's just got the legs.
Again, seeing Joe play that kind of shot, it shows a man in form. I don't want to put the mockers on the bloke, but
No.
he's very much kind of confident in his leg side game, and he's exceptional there. But to see him driving up on the up and square driving really shows that he feels open with his stance. You know, he's bringing every area into play. But then obviously Wanstead are doing well and dangling the carrot by leaving the gap there in the first place. So it's good cricket round, and like I say, it's shaping up to be a really good game.
The only issue is obviously if you're told we have to quarantine, that may put some people off coming back.
You check the stream. Kieran, have you got a minute? You see who's
Yeah, hopefully we would.
Looks a little bit high. Again, up here, Castle Park, you've got to get it a bit fuller to get LBWs.
so 27 off 7. Oh, that's all right, doesn't it?
Yeah, a little bit.
I'm always a bit reluctant to check it on my phone because I don't want to turn the damn thing off with the so I use this hotspot. So Ishan Kelly to bowl to Ben Robinson. Still the very aggressive field. They fancy they can bowl us out, obviously still. Fairly expansive sort of shot there from Ben Robinson. Connecting. And that is caught. But I need to identify the catcher.
That looked like a good rising delivery there. I don't
Gary, can you help me with the catcher, please?
Milani.
Thank you. So Ben Robinson was caught by Kishan Villani, followed by Isha Kelly. And this is Wolfie, isn't it? Dan Wolf is the incoming batsman.
Not sure there's. Just looked a decent note for Ben. Hard to drop your hands on that. Looked like he had to play at it. Regulation edge. At least you won't have to berate him for playing a reverse sweep this week, Woski.
No, that's true.
And yeah, I think that is Wolfie going out at number 3, isn't it?
I think playing a reverse sweep to a bowl of Ishan Kelly's pace would be inviting injury, I would suggest. We can have another look at that.
Yeah, fingers crossed Wolfie can make a.
Let's see what happened there. For the benefit of viewers, we'll do another replay. And, oh, he had to play at that, Kieran. That was.
It looked a good ball. It looked one of those.
It looked. It was a line that potentially could have taken top of off, and
like I say,
it took the top of his bat instead. So
it takes an exceptional player to have the confidence to drop hands on that and leave it on length.
So Dan Wolf to face his first delivery. Very confident leave.
He was coming back down here. Well, look out for the new baby.
He's bringing the baby here.
Yeah, had it down there.
Ollie's best mate is John, and Ollie went to school with me, but he's never played cricket yet. He's never played
I'll have to depart relatively soon. I think just a few friends turning up to watch football.
Not a
I
problem.
want to get down here early to watch the. Oh, good there from Wolfie.
That's a lovely shot. Pushed out to the covers and only just a single. End of the over. Colchester 28 for 1 off 8. So a minimum of 57 overs remaining. Required rate is 4.23. Achieved rate 3.5. So one suspects that if Colchester can bat this out, they have a potential to win.
Yeah, I
So
think
it's really avoiding another 9 wickets.
It's a 50-50 at the moment, I think. As I say, I think we'll be hoping to carve a lot. Carve 2 or 3 wickets out with this new ball, so I think this will be an imperative period at the time.
A lot of spin in this side, though, isn't there? A lot of spin.
Yeah, but we've got, you'd think Charlie Fernandez, Simon Fernandez, Hobbsy, all very good players at spin. Obviously, Guy Haynes as well took Panasar to pieces a couple of years ago.
I remember that well.
I can remember that well, watching in between. I was at a festival at the time, so I missed that game, unfortunately. I can remember kind of going, is that Haynes? Are you really sure that's Hainsey batting, as he dumped him over his head for six? I think Hainsey was only about 16 years old at the time.
The most pleasing moment of that one was when Joe McGregor succeeded in smashing the pavilion window. I mean, not a great thing for Shenfield having a window broken, but it was the look on Monty Panasar's face as he they followed it through.
Was it a case that he realised it might be coming out of his wages?
I don't know about that.
He might have seen his match fee disappear into a double glazing firm's pocket.
Certainly, I don't think he'd seen a ball sail over his head quite like that in some years.
Certainly not from the youngsters that we
No.
put him to the sword that day.
Yeah, I seem to remember Guy Haynes. I think he hit 67. Monty went for 71 in his 10 overs. So.
I'm going to have to head down in a minute. I've got a couple of mates on the way from. I'm quite keen to watch the Denmark game, which I suppose is admirable, but I'm not at all. I think I'll probably spend a bit more time watching the cricket than watching the football.
And that is snicked, and I think
that was Kishan again, I think.
I think it was Villani again.
Again, looked like something Wolfie had to play at, but...
Villani again, Gary?
Villani again.
Thank you. So Dan Wolf was caught by Kishan Villani.
That's Sai Fernandez going out to join Joe.
And the first of the Fernandez to go out will be Simon.
The Fernandi.
Fernandi, is that the Latin?
That's the plural for the Fernandez. It's the first of the Fernandi.
Oh, right.
I think I'm going to call that time on my stint, Wolski, I'm afraid. I've been a pleasure as always.
As always, a pleasure
like
to
me
have
to
a
bring
bit
you
of
up a
company
drink?
up here. No, I'm fine actually, thank you.
I'll see if anyone else fancies it. I'm going to have to go and meet my friends who are on their way to indulge in today.
Yeah, if one of the Colchester boys, maybe the skipper would like to come and have a chat.
Yeah, I'll send Offord. It'd be nice for Offord to do something today, wouldn't it?
Mind you, be tea soon.
Yeah, it will be tea soon.
Thank you, Kieran. Leaves the score balcony. Leaves me back to my own devices. Here, scoring alone. Wanstead taking advantage of the regulations that you don't need to take an away scorer, which makes life a little bit difficult for the home scorer. Having to do everything. We have COVID regulations, of course. Certainly for the next couple of weeks. So it's a wicket maiden to Zain Shazad, who's now bowled 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 18. And it will be Ishan Kelly to continue to Joe McGregor. Ishan Kelly bowling from the Catchpole Road end.
Well, he did hoover it up. 100% gin he's given me here.
Beautiful shot by Joe McGregor out through the covers. Batsmen take 2. It's been fielded, but they can get 3. So 3 to Joe McGregor. The score moves on to 31.
You're very talented.
Very wide ball there being left, but not sufficiently wide for umpire Gary Marshall to call it.
Just below the surface, water everywhere. Thank you, Nigel. Thank you. Change secretary's
Nightmare up the top corner there. Oh, just drain away there.
Oh, I see. So there's always water up there.
Oh yeah, you got day, you know. Who got them now?
No, not that colour. The other way.
That one.
That's better.
You prefer it that way, do you?
Oh, much better. You look like an old woman was it the other way.
The Phil and Ben, you got my only Phil and Ben out. And the car pot men?
Who?
Obviously you do. He's talking about the car pot men. You were wearing that up.
Was he? Oh, you know about them, do you?
Well, I had children at the time. That's 80
Yes. You can't believe that.
What's your eyesight? Oh, that's this one. Yeah, taken from the father. Yeah. What year was this?
So Ishan Kelly in his 5th over. So far 1 maiden, 1 for 8. And the end of the, no, not the end of the over, still 1 to come. Claire, thank you for my cake. I have to leave my post for a moment. Quick shout out for Claire McGregor for my birthday cake 2 weeks ago. So after 10 overs, Colchester moved on to 31 for 2. Have a look at the comparative run rate. And Colchester up there with the rate, but with an extra wicket lost. So Zain Shazad to continue from the river end, bowling to Joe McGregor, who's 17 off 22. Coming after a fine, I think it was 145 he scored last week. expected to play for Essex seconds during the week, but unfortunately the game was rained off.
Oh yeah.
And the back's beaten there. Decent delivery from Zain Shazad. It's well hit by Joe McGregor, but it's plugged, and the batsman will only get 2. Longest boundary, somewhat more elevated than perhaps he wished. Some fairly big boundaries here. Last week that would have been 6, I reckon. Hadley and Thundersley. So just 2 off the over, 33 off 11. Run rate obviously now is 3. Required rate now has crept up to 4.37. But a minimum of 54 overs remain. So a fairly sporting declaration made by Wanstead.
The river water right at the back there.
Anish and Cali to Simon Fernandez. Yet to open his account, but has only faced now 8 deliveries.
first time you go, you have to get tight, in a little glass, and drink it down in one. And then they tell you afterwards where it is with water. And tell you what, listen, and of course it was only 96, so it's only 5 years after independence.
Well, it's a fine shot by Simon Fernandez.
The local brewery,
He will only get 2.
tucked away under the shirt. So they get a visit once a week from the origin listeners. So the locals used to have, wow, that was they laughed. It's almost an insult to refuse it, if you know. I get tipped off by the guys. They're fantastic people. I was only there for 3 days, 4 days, 3 nights.
That's a no ball called by Gary Marshall. Ishan Kelly obviously overstepping.
Little trick for you boys.
George, those of you in Kent, you're very naive. You come here to Essex to be educated.
And that's pulled back with a square where it falls safely between 2 fielders for a single. And after 12 overs, Colchester are 37 for 2. And we now have a sanitised break.
Exciting centre. Attacking midfield with
Very quickly organised by the umpires. Sanitised breaks no longer taking the inordinate amount of time they did in last season. And Zain Shazad to bowl his 7th over, currently 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 20. That I think has beaten everything. And we're going to see, no, a leg bye.
I met her a couple of times. She was very good. A good cricketer. Did she not change her name? Did she get married? She was fit and then gained her No. She changed her name completely. I can't remember what it was. She became Baroness. Is she still alive? No. It's named one of the women's competitions. It's named after her.
Well, the weather remarkably is holding off after such a terrible forecast. In fact, probably the brightest it's been all day.
Well, she was a girl from Kent. Or Kent girl. Decided we never went to
So she was very good then.
That's the only good I was interested in at the time.
Anything over the skirts of the urge, all the legs over.
It's pushed back to the bowler by Joe McGregor.
Well, and regional they've changed all that now. They've got a big hotel built there. It's all changed now. Even the famous tree's gone now. Lime tree they built outside. Yeah, outside the round the hill. But I remember seeing, I was down there when
Just push to square leg, no run.
I can remember in one over he put no, he didn't. No, not John. John Shepherd, I knew him. He was what was the other name? No. I'm talking about Mary Constantine. Oh, I'm going to move up there. It's a big bloody route.
Very good leave by Joe McGregor there.
We're not going back that bloody far. No,
So 38 off 13. Maiden over to Zain Shazad. It's bowled 7 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 20. Ishan Kali to continue to Simon Fernandez.
No, I'm not. I'm not going to drink it.
Right, that went down quick. I am not a bar steward.
Driven out to mid-on, but no run.
Who were they, Colin? They were Essex. I've got one more question. 19. The players that played for Colchester in the past, was common. How far all the travels of the bat?
And played square. Just a single, didn't get a lot of that. But enough to add 1 to the score.
Richard Green, bless him, skilled batsman. He was quite well known club cricket, but he was a destroyer of medium pace club bowling. Anyone a bit quick would struggle. Anyone felt that the average club bowler he could absolutely murder. But anyone a little bit quicker, he wasn't quite serious. Of course, it was in the days where
Joe McGregor here just patiently accumulating runs. Required rate now of 4.47. So no great urgency to get on with it.
Didn't he have one of the farms, one of the land he managed, somewhere in Suffolk, didn't grow willow. He'll tell you,
And well struck by Joe McGregor, backward of point,
he's got some fantastic
where it's going to pull up short of the boundary. And they just take 2. I'm pleased to say I'm joined by Ben Robinson. Hello, Ben.
Hi, Walsky, how's it going?
Going pretty well here. Going pretty well.
Yeah,
Nice to have a bit of company up here.
yeah, we just need to settle in for a bit here. See off these seamers now, sure they'll. I'm
Well,
told they're going to bring lots of spinners on so they can get home for the football, is what I've heard.
they got 51 overs still to bowl after this ball.
Yeah, what did you think of
So,
the declaration?
I thought it was very sporting.
Yeah, I thought it was a. Yeah, I thought so too, to be honest. I mean, they could have tried and gone for 300, which obviously is a bit
Well,
mentally tougher for the batting side now, but I thought by giving us like a few more overs thing, it makes a bit of a game of it, and potentially, you know, you never know.
I think there's a reality here, and that is that Hornchurch and Chelmsford have got to march on other sides.
Yeah,
And if Wanstead want to win the league, they've got to win games like this. And quite obviously, if they hit 300 and consume the additional overs, better they gave us 65 overs and chasing a target of 269.
yeah, I agree.
And they hope to bowl us out.
Yeah.
Having said that, if we're got 51 overs to go, it's 4.45. If we're still batting at the end,
Yeah.
it should be a Colchester win. I know that's optimistic at this stage, but
It's a long time to bowl as well, to be out in the field as well. If someone who's batted for a while, good effort from Isham, the opening bowler, to bat for a while.
good 50, good 50.
50, batted really
I
well.
mean, I've never seen him bat that well. I've seen him
Yeah.
bat often.
I mean, those two pull shots out there were very clean hits, but this guy's bowled well and the other guy's bowled well, so hopefully we can see them off and then kick it along and play ourselves into the game.
There's no gremlins in the pitch, is there?
No. Good job.
And nice shot by Joe McGregor for nothing. Now, it must be bad at the coast because all the seagulls are here now, making lots of noise.
I've seen a video in Stratford St Mary where I've got a friend who lives and it was absolutely tipping it down.
And that's only 10 mile away.
Yeah, probably less, I imagine.
Yeah.
That's very close.
Mind you, earlier on here, we had rain hitting, you could hear it bouncing off the marquee.
And the trees.
And the
it
trees
never
over
quite made the
there.
pitch.
And yet, nobody on the pitch gave any impression that you were remotely getting wet.
Yeah, I know, it was quite funny. We were hearing it and we were like, here we go, here comes the rain. And then,
Another thing I've noticed today, talking technical here, but the transmitter between the camera and the laptop, it obviously goes like a wireless signal,
yeah,
and the tree,
Yeah.
the willow tree, is right in the middle of the signal.
yeah.
And when that rain was falling, I had all sorts of signal breakup.
Oh, really?
And it's obviously the water hanging on the branches of the trees suffice to cause a bit of resistance. Yeah, nice shot backward
Played
of,
nice and late.
yeah.
No danger
Just
in that shot. And if he sticks
two.
it, it's going to do well to carry, and it's 2 easy runs. Well played, Joe.
Well, they've started with a fairly aggressive field, and they're slowly easing it a bit.
Yeah,
There are only 2 slips in a gully, whereas previously it was 3 slips and I'm not sure it was 2 gullies and or gully and a sort of short point.
yeah.
They were certainly. So 14.4 overs gone. I presume we'll have a bowling change fairly soon. I just played back up the wicket.
Yeah.
So you looked as though you got a really good ball.
Yeah.
Have you seen it back on the video?
Yeah, I've seen it back in the video. It's just,
I thought you had no option but to play it.
yeah, I think I did need to play it. Potentially could have played it without with my front shoulder a bit more intact, potentially a bit squared up. But you know, got to work on these things. But the shots, unlucky.
Yeah, just straight to the fielder. No run. 2 off the over.
What did you make of the bowling effort? I thought some of the batting was good, some of the bowling was less good. But
What in our bowling?
potentially a bit
I
short.
thought Dan Wolf was interesting. I've not seen him bowl before.
Yeah.
Charlie on another day might have had a hat trick, of, a hat full of wickets, but
Yeah.
uh,
We'd like to see George
sprayed
Offred
it
have a go.
a bit.
Change of bowling, Tish Villani.
There you go. So we have a change of bowling from the Catchpole Road end, and it is Kishan Villani. So I'll be introducing a little bit of spin. Once, of course, a Essex player.
Doesn't have all seam. Keeper standing back.
Maybe he is bowling seam. I thought he's only coming off 3 paces, so unless the keeper thinks he's a bit erratic or something. Oh, that is a sort of seamy, just a dot.
What did how old is? Do you know how old roughly Kishan Villani is?
Well, he's been around a long time.
He looked good today with the bat. We gave him some generous bowling, but
Well, he batted well. I mean, he was quite a hot star a few years ago, but didn't. I mean, obviously played a few games for the first 11, but didn't quite. Get his opportunity. But he's been there, done it.
yeah.
Could
Getting
say
close to the 100 now, Wolski. What do you think of that? Are you going to be watching?
I don't know. I can understand why the 100 has been introduced, and it's trying to attract a new audience and more money and whatever else. And I can see how I think it's 1.3 or 1.6 million goes to clubs like Essex who are not involved with it. So, the distribution of the money is handy for clubs that don't host any fixtures. I fear though that won't last forever, and we could see a disenfranchise, shall we say? And if it was to replace the conventional T20,
Blast.
well, yeah. Really mixed views.
Yeah. Be interesting to see how it goes down. I hope it isn't. I hope it doesn't fall through because they've clearly put a lot of work into it and they're pinning quite a few hopes.
Made no of it.
Good start from Villani.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, I play league table tennis, and I was horrified when 2 things happened. One was that we stopped playing games to 21; it went to 11, and when the ball diameter changed from 38mm to 40mm.
Yeah.
It doesn't sound a lot. Thank you. And we have a change of bowling, which is Joe Ellis Gruel.
Here we go. Wanstead's captain on the bowl with left arm spin.
I was saying that the difference in a table tennis ball going from 38mm to 40mm doesn't sound a lot, but it didn't half slow the ball down.
Yeah.
It's wider diameter going through the air, and it was all done for TV. And financially, I can see the benefits to professional table tennis and the top end. I don't necessarily think there's been that much benefit at grassroots level.
Yeah. I think
We're still playing in crummy church halls, and
I would have quite liked to see it almost like a tour around your area. Made dot ball to start.
yeah.
So the side that was nearest to those grounds play there. So there were games being played at Chelmsford and stuff like that. But I guess they've chosen stones which are going to get them the most kind of ticket money, I guess.
Well, the problem with Chelmsford, its capacity, I think, is something like 5,500.
Yeah. Which
And,
is, yeah.
They obviously want. I mean, the Oval, I think, is now 28,000. I'm not sure what Lord's is. But struggle a little bit to get a bit of momentum here.
Yeah.
Colchester.
Sometimes just a couple of shots, isn't it?
That's a good shot by Joe McGregor.
Should be 2.
Yeah. Find it quite hard to find the boundaries, though, aren't we?
Yeah.
Although early on, the shots that were going down towards the river were flying.
Good battle this, hopefully.
We certainly missed Vikas, I think, today. Vikas Agarwal.
Yeah.
That
Really
mystery.
strangles teams up front, doesn't it? With Darren. Both very experienced and both good bowlers.
Oh, Darren bowled particularly well, I thought. Darren Eckford.
Yeah, I mean, his fingers will be ruined by those
Last two overs, yeah. He probably regrets bowling those last two overs.
But a great effort, especially as he was really struggling with his toe and stuff, so he bowled really well. I think he does. I honestly think he bowls very well from that top end. If you think against Bellis, he bowled extremely well as well.
Well, we have had we're unbeaten in 4 matches, haven't we? Three victories and a draw.
Yeah.
So I suppose you could argue with a form team at the moment, but just sort of two very good teams today. Although we had a shocking start, didn't we, to the 50 over season.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't around. Maybe that was the difference, was.
Well, one of them. I mean, you weren't around.
No,
The Allisons weren't around.
Yeah.
Darren Eckford couldn't bowl.
Shot Simon.
That is a nice shot. Cut to point. Very well chased down by the young man there, but they're going to take 3 runs.
Nice shot from Simon. Plays it well through there. Wild David Merriday spotted. That looks like the Australian team in the Ashes, you know, when they used to walk around the ground without any shoes on to feel the energy of the pitch.
I don't know about feeling the energy of the pitch here. I think it'd be more feeling the energy of the squirrel poo.
Good win for Colchester ladies last night. We watched quite a lot of it. They did well.
I scored them a couple of 3 weeks ago on video, and I was pleasantly surprised how the standard had risen from where they were 3 years ago when I previously scored them. It's,
was it last weekend Bella Johnson scored 100 and a fourth, I think I saw online. Great effort.
Yeah, it's good to see that the the all-round standard has raised and starting to get some momentum.
Well there, but
3 off the over. So the equation now is 47 overs minimum remaining, run rate 4.68, so nothing alarming there. Run rate required, that is.
Yeah, I think we just got to look to knock it around and put away the bad boys. Definitely against spinners, seem run well, put some pressure on them.
Can't remember what time tea is. I suspect this may be the last over.
What's the time?
Nearly 4:30. I'm not sure of the pink hats, Ben.
They
The
are reversible.
blue. Yeah, I know they're reversible. The blue looks good, but the pink is too Middlesex for me. I think, well, blue sky. Best weather of the day.
Done well to get a game in. The pitch has been good all day.
4 dots so far. Yeah, I arrived at 8 o'clock this morning, so I'm going to do some. I've got a new assembly to put the pole up the
Yeah.
side screen, and
Yeah.
I wanted to be able to come down and do some adjustments, and if necessary, go home and
Yeah.
drill some more holes. But fortunately, it all worked. My new system, and although we've had a bit of a breeze today, the camera shake. I used to get a bit of camera shake.
Yeah.
It's nowhere near as
That's
bad.
good. Yeah.
'Cause the problem is with these types of side screens, they're very flimsy on the top, and
Nice shot from Simon.
turn around the corner for just a single. They're flimsy on the top, so you've got nothing really to anchor it to, apart from the
50.
indeed 50 runs in 19 overs, 76 minutes, and as I thought, that is T. So where's my button for T? And I can click on that.
Well, I
Comes
better
T.
go down and join the rest of the team whilst you.
Yeah, go and give them a pep talk.
I'll see you after tea for another stint.
You're very welcome back up here.
Good seeing you.
So, at T, we have Colchester 50 for 2 off 19, with 46 overs potentially remaining, required rate at 4.76. And with that, I'm going to switch to the automated mode on here, which will in a moment rotate the various cards, batting, bowling, worms and whatever else. And we'll briefly sign off commentary while we have a break. So here we go, back live again. Or I hope they're back live again. There you go. So get rid of that card, get live again, and it is Kishan Villani who should be bowling to Simon Fernandez, which is exactly what I've got. And 46 overs minimum remaining, 219 runs required at a rate of 4.76, and a good start by Simon Fernandez, who pulls that for a 4. I'm just going to briefly reconnect the cameras just to get rid of a bit of lag that I've got in the system. It should be back by the time the next ball's bowled. We're back live again. And 1 run to Simon Fernandez. Just to explain that the signal does take a while to get from the camera to the laptop, and it does mean a bit of lag builds up, so what I see on screen can be 1 or 2 seconds behind the live. Makes it difficult for commentary, so restarting the cameras just to get rid of the inherent lag is what I need to do. I normally do it behind a caption, but I haven't done it after tea. Decent shot straight to a fielder, no run. So 5 off the first over after tea. And it looks like Joe Ellis-Gruhl to continue. Bowling to Simon Fernandez, who plays that defensively, no run. That's well struck square of the wicket, where it is fielded just short of the boundary, but 2 to Simon Fernandez is the result. Score moves on to 57. Some distinct patches of blue sky, best bit of the day. Apparently at Mistley and at Dedham they've had quite severe thunderstorms, so we've been very fortunate here. I think I just heard the odd rumble. Or was it an aircraft perhaps? I don't know. It's well swept, square, backward of square. The fielder picks up just the single. So 3 off the over, 21 overs gone, 58 for 2. Have a look at the run rate. Colchester just a fraction behind, but this was the point where Wanstead accelerated with Villani and Das at the crease. So Kishan Villani to Simon Fernandez, who watchfully lets it go through to the keeper. And that's well stuck square by Simon Fernandez, and that's gone all the way for 4. And he moves on to 20 off 41 deliveries. We'll see that the action replay system is not letting me down. It's a great piece of free software that I have from the ECB here, just to do all these things. So just 4 off the over. Score moves on to 62 for 2. So Joe Ellis Gruhl to continue from the river end, left arm round, and Joe McGregor's somehow managed to swing that something like 270 degrees, I reckon. .81. Just asked there to shout out the required run rate. My spectators below me. Of course, if they're listening to the commentary, they'd know, but glass in the hand, pint of beer, watch a bit of cricket. What a great way to spend the Saturday afternoon. Swept square of the wicket for a single. Brings Joe McGregor back on strike. Further overs gone. 64 off 23. So Kishan Villani to Simon Fernandez. Somewhat quicker one. Also wide and going wider. So Simon Fernandez showing no interest. So a maiden over from Kishan Villani, whose figures now are 5 overs, 1 maiden, no wickets for 12 runs. Colchester says its score remains on 64 for 2. Ellis Gruhl to continue at the river end, bowling to Joe McGregor, who firmly strikes that out to cover for a single. That's hooked square for just a single. That's firmly struck by Joe McGregor, and that has gone all the way for 4. So productive over there, 6 off it. Takes Colchester on to 70, and quite significantly the score is now below 200. Runs required 199, and there is a brief sanitised break. Very efficiently handled, and back live again. Thank you. We have a change of bowling at the Catchpole Road end. Jahangir Akbar who will be bowling to Simon Fernandez. So Kishan Balan has bowled 5 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 12. Very economical, but Wanstead changing to Akbar to see if he can break this partnership, which is now a partnership of 42 off 99 deliveries. That's well struck out to the colours, but no run. Shot repeated, same result.
Don't lean over it while he lights it. Get home. He's going to be like a dragon.
Simon Fernandez reverting to a reverse sweep, but without a result. And a better shot backward of square, and the batsman go through for a single on the misfield. Although, to be fair to the fielder, not an easy one to stop. And nicely pushed out to mid-off for a easy single to Joe McGregor. .39 overs minimum remaining, 197 required, and the run rate required is just crept above 5.05. So Ellis Gruhl to bowl to Joe McGregor. Impressive shot by Joe McGregor, but single bounce straight to a fielder. Very unlucky not to pick a run up from that. Duellists were all bowling very tightly here. 5.4 overs for just 14 so far. And the dot ball concludes a maiden over. So it'll be Jahanza Akbar to continue. To Simon Fernandez on strike. Akbar right arm over. And that is just pushed out for a single. Looks to me as though he's bowling this out the back of his hand. I don't know whether he's consistently bowling leggies. Yeah. And that is very well hit for 4. Oh, rescinded. In fact, they've decided it is 6. And a single. And I believe that brings up the 50 partnership, the 6. That's very well hit to mid-wicket, where it's fielded, but batsmen go through for a single. And good cricket as Joe McGregor just pushes it out to mid-1 on for an easy single. End of the over. 28 overs gone, 82 for 2. With comparison at the same rate, Wanstead were 112 for 2. But they've given us more overs than they took, so such comparisons may be a little bit meaningless. Certainly if Colchester have 2 batsmen not out at the end, one can see them winning this. So Wanstead, increasingly so, are going to be looking for wickets. But all credit to them for a very sporting declaration. And Joey McGregor advances down the wicket, picked up at mid-on for a single. And evidence of some turn and bounce there. So 1 off the over, 83 for 2, 29 overs gone. So 36 overs remaining, or a minimum of 36. They might actually squeeze some more in, which may be handy for Wanstead if they're Colchester are say 8 or 9 wickets down. But at the moment, required run rate of 5.17, 186 runs required. And Jahansa Akbar to continue. Driven back to the bowler, but not on the full. Joe McGregor not very happy with that shot, I don't think. But more happy with that one, as he pushes it to mid-off for a single. Mid-off and mid-on, sort of halfway to the boundary, difficult to see from here, maybe a third of the way to the boundary, but certainly a single to either of them. Or maybe not, as that's gone direct to the fielder and no run. And hit backward of square for a single. Brings Joe McGregor back on strike. And that's well hit for 4 runs over long on. Joe McGregor moves on to 47 off 79 deliveries. And decides against what would have been a risky run. And 89 for 2 off 30. Colchester there taking 6 off the over, which is above the required rate. And Joelis Gruhl to continue to Simon Fernandez. Who plays it out to a sort of short cover, I would say. sweeps almost into the hands of the fielder. No need for Simon to get too frustrated here, because he then gets a nice short one that he can tuck square for 4 runs. With a run rate of only 5.1 required, they can just wait for the bad ball. I don't think we need to be doing extravagant reverse sweeps and taking any risks. So Johannes Gruhl, 8 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 19. And it will be Jahans Akbar to continue from the Catchpole Road end, bowling to Joe McGregor, who is just 3 runs from his 50. He's batted very cautiously, quite sensibly, but very sensibly. Wanstead looking very lively in the field here. And that's hit very firmly over wide long on for 4, which brings up his 50, in fact 51 in 83 balls, 110 minutes, 6 fours, 1 6, and a strike rate of 61.4. That 50 comes on top of a score of 147 not out last week. And forgive me on the wrong camera there, but no consequence, it's just a dot ball. And that has gone not quite all the way, but certainly 4 runs. So 8 off the over is up with the rate, and that brings up Colchester's 100 in 31.6, actually 32 overs and 112 minutes. So the equation is 168 runs required, 33 overs remaining, or minimum of. Required rate now 5.09. Beautiful blue sky and even a bit of sunshine creeping through now. Who would believe it? Don't think. Hello? And we have a sanitised break. back live again with Joe Ellis Scrawl.
Why don't you stay and watch the end? You're not going to get in your car anyway.
To Simon Fernandez and just a dot.
He's given us a turning up.
This partnership so far yielding 73 off 142 deliveries. That's pulled square, but just for a single. Just a single. Thanks, Gary. So score moves on to 103 for 2. Gary, that was just 2 off the over, wasn't it? A run and a bye. Thank you. So Jahanjar Akbar. No. Thank you. Now, in fact, it is Ishan Kali that is returning. I'll be bowling to Joe McGregor. Ishan Kali, 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 16 so far. Wanstead obviously looking for this wicket. Bowling to Joe McGregor, who drives to mid off, but well fielded, no run. Good battle here between these two Essex youngsters, Ishan Kali and Joe McGregor. I think they're of a similar age. I've certainly scored both of them for the under 18s group, although I think this will be their last season. So Joe certainly is 18 now. Both have some experience of Essex second 11 cricket. Reflecting the very high standard of the Hamrow Foundation Essex Premier League. Let's turn around the corner where Joe McGregor will pick up a single. So Kelly to Simon Fernandez, who firmly drives it back to mid-off. So just one off the over. .31 overs remaining. Runs required 165. So the rate required creeping up a little bit to 5.32, but less than run a ball. So Colchester probably slightly more comfortable here. And thank you. So Joe Ellis McGraw finishes 9 overs 1 maidens for 20 and is replaced by Nav Davidi. Right arm spinner, and that's driven firmly down to long on for a single. So Wanstead trying various things here to break this partnership, which has now reached 77 off 155 deliveries. And that's pushed out into the covers for just a single, but misfielded and no extra run. Not taking the risk of running on the misfield. And Joe McGregor's got hold of that, and there's a man under it, and it's a good catch. So Gary, who caught that, mate, please? Thank you. So Joe McGregor was caught by Tom Simmons, and that will bring Charlie Fernandez to the crease. So Joe McGregor was caught by Tom Simmons, bowled by Nav Davivi for 57 runs off 93 deliveries, 7 fours, 1 6 and a strike rate of 61.3. I didn't see there whether the batsman crossed. Maybe he did or did they not? No, the batsman did not cross, so that brings Charlie Fernandez on strike, joining his brother. Pause here while he, presumably a short leg, dons his pads and protective gear. So Nav breaking what was a very good partnership. I'm back live. And Charlie plays the ball back down the wicket for a dot ball. And very firmly pushes that square for just a single. So 3 off the over, more importantly yielding the wicket of Joe McGregor. So Joe McGregor scoring over 200 runs in the last 2 matches, but his contribution today has ended. So 30 overs remaining, 162 runs required. Rate is now 5.4 and over. Still plenty of batting to come for Colchester. And obviously each wicket gets Wanstead that bit closer to their ambitions. Two very contrasting batsmen here. They're brothers. Simon steady and slow, fairly slowish accumulator of runs. Charlie a bit more flamboyant, certainly the man to have in your T20 side. Scored a fine 100 early this season, did Charlie. So from a Colchester perspective, there's hope that he is in similar form today. That's turned back with a square for a single. Bring in the more established, at least today, batsman Simon Fernandez back on strike. Simon 32 off 85 deliveries. Anchor in this innings. And that is a superb shot backward of square. 4 runs straight down to the pavilion. And again played out to square for a single, so 6 off the over. So now to continue from the river end to Simon Fernandez, who pushes that out to the onside no run. Attempted a reverse sweep, that's 3 attempts of that. I don't think one's come off yet. But the 4th attempt does, and they managed to pick up 2 runs. Moving Simon Fernandez on to 39. Evidence of a little bit of turn out there. So 2 off the over. .28 overs remaining, 154 runs required, run rate still under a run a ball, 5.6 and over, sorry 5.5 and over. And Ishan Kali to bowl his 10th over, So far 9 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 23. And that's very firmly struck square. Not sure whether the fielder got a hand on that, but it's 2 runs to Charlie Fernandez. I think the fielder might have got a hand on that. Not sure whether it was a catch or whether it was on a bounce. Looking into the trees opposite, it's quite hard to pick up the red ball. It's travelling at speed. Charlie Fernandez getting everything firmly behind that. That is pulled square, fielded and just a single. A lot of effort in that one, down the leg side. Simon Fernandez showing no interest whatsoever. Trap set for the hook. There is a man backward a square and a man deep square. So quite clear what the Wanstead strategy is here. And another short one that Simon Fernandez just says ignore. 3 off the over. 118 for 3. And we have a sanitisation break. Which is swiftly concluded. So now to bowl to Charlie Fernandez. Charlie advancing down the wicket, but only finding mid-on, no run. And that's hit square to point for a single. So Simon Fernandez back on strike. And a bit of of yes no, resulting in no. Both batsmen safely in the creases. Sharp bit of fielding. And finally hit out to deepish mid on for a single. Mid on, mid off, neither here or there really. They're not really saving the single, and maybe there for the miss hit and the catch. And nice shot around the corner. Batsmen have taken 2, 3 in fact. So 3 to Charlie Fernandez, so 5 off the over. He's at least up with a 8. More rate required. So 146 required. 26 overs minimum to get them in. And at the rate Wanstead are getting through these overs, there might be an extra couple of overs, I think. So Colchester second team returning. A couple of thumbs down, suggesting that they may well have lost Luckminster. I don't actually know, but unless of course the game's been called off for rain or something, but certainly they're back early. Cheer on the second team, sorry, the first team. That's hooked. Backward of square, falling between 2 fielders, and batsmen take 2. Moving Charlie Fernandez on to 11 of 15 deliveries. And the score required 144, 1 close. For those old enough to remember old money. There's now a square leg, or slightly backward of square, a deep square, and a very wide fine leg. So I think the plan here is lots of short stuff, knowing that Charlie will hook, but he dodges out the way of that one.
That's always been the biggest thing. Nets on Wednesday, and we literally walked through the house like a big crowd because getting used to it.
So the Colchester batsman here very carefully taking no risks, accepting that the run rate is creeping up a little bit, still under a run of ball though. Oh, that's a good take. Just 2 off the over. 25 overs remaining. Runs required 144. Rate required 5.76 an over. It's a conversation between skipper Joe Scrawl and Nav. Partnership so far yielding 19 off 32 deliveries. Short leg and a slip, and a man catching at sort of short cover, not quite silly mid off, and they squirted out just in front of square for a single. Very well hit by Charlie Fernandez. Batsmen have only taken 2 though. It is the longest boundary down towards the river. Pause because the field is still moving, not back to his place. And well hit by Charlie, and this time umpire Barry Toombs does signal the 4. So 7 off the over so far. Now dropping it a little bit short. And Charlie Fernandez quickly onto it. And again, well hit for 4. End of the over. My apologies there, I didn't switch cameras back, but scoring on my own and multitasking here. So it'll be Ishan Kelly bowling to Simon Fernandez. So umpire Gary Marshall looking quizzically at that. Tempted to give a wide, I think. But to be fair, we've had some consistent. I've got a score of 136. Hit out for 2. think you'll find it showing 138 now. Yeah, it's just the relays sometimes lag. Slight problem with the scoreboard there. Sometimes it misses a beat, but most important thing, it's right on my screen, and that has gone for 4 runs. And Simon Fernandez moves on to 47. So 6 off this over. And again pulled this time out to deep mid wicket, where the batsmen take 3, and that brings up Simon Fernandez 50 in 103 balls, 111 minutes, 5 fours, no sixes, strike rate of 48.5, so a very good anchor role being played. And the Colchester score on to 145.43. So 9 off this over so far already. Slightly slower delivery, I think, that. At the end of the 42nd over. Ishan Kelly now 12 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 37. Thank you. And to return from the river end is the skipper, Joe Ellis Gruel. So Nav Devivi, 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 21, but capturing the very important wicket of Joe McGregor. But the Fernandez brothers have put on now a partnership of 39 off 44 deliveries. So Wanstead thinking here that they need another wicket. Just 124 runs required. I say just, it's still only just past the halfway, and that is very well hit. Back with a square, and that has gone all the way for 4. So Joe Scroll. And again hits square, but this time just a single. And that's the Colchester 150 runs in 42.2 overs and 153 minutes. And Clever cricket by Charlie, just pushing it forward a square for a single. Good cricket this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 fielders out riding the boundary, so plenty of gaps for ones and twos, and with only 5.24 and over, no need to do anything particularly silly. Good shot for nothing there. And 1 run. I seem to have lost the video signal. I don't know what's happened there. Trying to reconnect. Thank you, Gary. So, change of bowling from the Catchpole Road end. Jahangir Akbar. Some strange reason seemed to have lost the video signal briefly there, but managed to restore it. Can only imagine that the tree being in the line of the signal has caused a bit of sensitivity. I've had this before where an obstruction's got in the way, and it's the first time we've had a wicket so far over, and that's very well struck, but just a single. And that's firmly struck out to mid wicket for a single. And that's firmly struck out into the covers for a single. Just push down the wicket for a single. So that is the 50 partnership, which has come up in 54 balls. Simon Fernandez 26, Charlie 24. Firmly struck but no run. So 4 off the over, just a fraction behind the rate of 5.38 required. Colchester, I think, could say currently in the driving seat, provided they don't lose a flurry of wickets. Colchester well known for their middle order collapses though. this 50 partnership solidly edging Colchester close to their target, and it will be Joe Ellis Grawl to Charlie Fernandez, who's 24 off 29 deliveries, who hits that square where it's fielded and just takes a single. Hits to mid-wicket for just a single, no risks being taken. No need to take risks when the rate required is only less than a run a ball. Struck back with a square, but only to a fielder. Very firmly struck by Charlie Fernandez, and that has gone all the way for a 4. So 6 off the first 4 deliveries of this over. And paddled round the corner for no run. So 6 off the over, again above the required rate. And a brief pause as the batsmen take a drink. In fact, it's a sanitised break. So the equation now, it's effectively a T20 game. 20 overs remaining, or minimum of. I can't see them bowling more. Runs required 107. So 5.35 and over will see Colchester home. Jahanza Akbar to continue from the Catchpole Road end to Simon Fernandez, who is on 59. And has put that high, and it falls short of a fielder safely, and gratefully accepts 1 for a shot that wasn't totally controlled, but fielder's particularly deep. If he'd gotten a bit more of it, he might have been in a bit more trouble, but Charlie Fernandez drives that down to mid-on for a single. Runs coming fairly easily here, or so it seems. So this partnership now 58 off 65 deliveries. And that's pulled back with a square, fielded, so just a single. And that's a very, very good stumping. So Charlie Fernandez is stumped by Nabil Aziz. Very fine piece of work, as we shall see on the replay in a moment. Not a lot of doubt in that. And the incoming batsman will be Guy Haynes. He's taken his time to get to the wicket, so we'll show a further replay of that. I think that was a particularly fine piece of work. Decent delivery. And foot in the air, no doubt about it. So Charlie Fernandez was stumped by Nabil Aziz for 30. So no need to panic for Colchester, plenty of batting to come. Guy Haynes, Jack Hobbs, skipper Darren Eckford, all very accomplished batsmen. So 3 runs, but more importantly for Wanstead, a wicket off that over. 19 overs remaining, 104 runs required, rate required 5.47. So again a scenario where if Colchester are batting in 19 overs time, no need to panic. And change of bowling, Nav Vidi replaces Joe Ellis Gruhl. While this is happening, I'll briefly put up bowling figures. 6 bowlers used by Joe Ellis Gruhl. And it's Nav to Simon Fernandez, who firmly plays that out, but no run. That's gone back with a square, and the batsmen have, in fact, it's gone for 4. Very handily. Simon Fernandez moves on to 65. Don't know whether Wanstead have been given a hurry up here, because I'm a little bit behind the rate. The over rate, that is. We should by now be into the last hour, and 17 overs remaining, so a little bit down. No run. Sav is hurrying to get through his overs. Penalties for a slow over rate are quite harsh. That's just pushed out, no run. Sorry, I'm on the wrong camera. Failing in my multitasking now. Guy Haynes anxious to get to the other end, but Simon Fernandez having nothing of it. Absolutely no risks. And the fifth reverse sweep fails. So 5 reverse sweeps yielding just 2 runs, I reckon. But so exactly 100 runs required, 18 overs required.
When's last hour? A couple of overs.
17 overs remaining.
Pardon?
When 17 overs are remaining.
Yeah, well that's an over. So do you want to see if they having drinks then?
Probably. I'll check with them.
Do you want to see if Barry and Gary want a drink?
Yeah. Gary, do you want to order a drink for final over? That's well hit, and that's gone for 6.
Sorry, Phil, I missed what you said the first time.
Do you and Barry want a cola or anything at the final over?
Oh yeah, like we're organising the last game there.
No, I think we're gone.
They're all right, Sav. Very well, Judge Lee from Guy Haynes there. Dangerously close to the top of his off stump, but he survives. And driven for a single. So 7 of this over already. So the field's spreading a little bit. Not quite sure why, because Simon hasn't been particularly aggressive. Drives to mid-off for an easy single. Simon Fernandez very much been the backbone of this innings rather than the aggressor. Guy Haynes back on strike, who if he sees a ball he will hit it. And that's well struck out to point for a single. So 9 off the over. 17 overs remaining, which I suspect will signify the last hour, but not seen the signal yet. And Barry Toombs indeed does signify the last hour, so the equation is 91 runs required, 17 overs remaining. I somehow don't see Wanstead bowling more than 17 overs, so the rate being 5.35 per over required, so it's 91 or 6 wickets, and I think it's fairly certain this is going to go to a result rather than a draw. Guy Haynes certainly not hanging about here. Though at the moment finding fielders. And that's a very fine catch. I suspect that is Kishan Villani. Villani again, Gary? Thank you, Gary. So Kishan Villani taking, I think it's his third catch, which will bring Jack Hobbs to the crease. Let's replay that one again while the batsmen make the way to the crease. Yeah, very fine catch, that. And indeed is Kishan Villani's third catch. So Jack Hobbs drives the ball down the wicket to mid-off, no run. Everything behind that. And a wicket maiden to Nav. And you can see the Wanstead players have their tails up here a bit. They were looking a little bit down an over or so ago, but 2 wickets in fairly quick succession has changed the game slightly. Still a fair bit of batting to come for Colchester, 91 required off 16. The rate still less than a run a ball, 5.69. And that's well played backward as square, but finds the fielder. No run. Simon Fernandez here as the established partner needs to take the initiative. And he reverse sweeps, appeal, but I think he hit it into the ground. So 6 reverse sweeps yielding 2 runs. So not proving very effective. And just pushed out for a single. Proper cricket shot yields a run. And Jack Hobbs on strike. And Wanstead bringing the short leg in. Run rate required still under a runner ball. Optimistic appeal. Just one off the over, makes Akbar 8 overs, no maidens, 1 for 43. Colchester score after 50 overs moves on to 179 for 5. 15 overs remaining, or a minimum of. Score required 90. So for the first time the run rate is actually a runner ball, 6 and over. So certainly no need for Colchester to panic. Still could be in the driving seat if they keep wickets in hand. Steadily played by Simon Fernandez, obviously looking for the bad ball. And there it comes. And that has gone all the way over long on for 4. Simon Fernandez moves on to 71. And the reverse sweep does this time yield a single. Jack Hobbs taking no risks here, having a look, and drives that very firmly over long on and picks up 4, meaning 9 off the over, so well up with the rate there. 14 overs remaining, 81 runs required, and the run rate now back down to 5.79, the required rate where it's been for most of the Colchester innings. Or most of the latter half of the Colchester innings. So think the game though is still very finely in the balance. A couple of wickets could swing this very dramatically. But while these two are at the crease, that's very well struck square of the wicket, but just a single. Brings Jack Hobbs back on strike. And that's well struck square of the wicket for just a single. £79 to win. 13.4 overs to get them in, or 5 wickets for Wanstead. I think the odds are favouring either a Colchester win or a draw here. And that's a reverse sweep that has come off. 4 runs. So 75 to win.
Yes. Old South Indians and Magoo were out for 51. Yeah. Did McGarry play? Was McGarry playing for South End? Yeah. Did he smell horrible? You done it for cricket time, matey? No, I haven't. No, thank God.
So 6 off the over, achieving the required rate. 13 overs remaining, 75 runs required. Required rate now 5.77. Definitely a bit of a breeze getting up now, but lovely blue sky, so contrary to expectation the rain has not ruined this game. In fact, we've not seen any rain. So now to Jack Hobbs, who sweeps that back with a square, and the batsmen have got 4, so full value for that shot. Well, right, full value in the context of the 6, but certainly full value along the ground. £71 required. Still a relatively long way to go. Very well hit, square of the wicket this time for a further 4, so 8 so far off this over, and Colchester 200 runs. It's come up in 52.4 overs and 189 minutes. So 67 to win for Colchester, or 5 wickets for Wanstead. And 12 overs remaining. And wideish ball left alone. Jack Hobbs 13 off 13 deliveries. And just sensibly pushes it out for a single. So 9 off the over, comfortably above the required rate. So 66 required, 5.50 is the required rate. Overs remaining 12. And it will be Jahangir Akbar to bowl his 10th over. So far 9 overs, no maidens, 1 full 49. Will be bowling to Jack Hobbs. And that is given out leg before wicket. So Jack Hobbs has fallen, which I suggest puts this game more finely balanced than it was looking. Looked a good decision on the video. Not that the video can ever offer anything other than umpire's call. And this will bring skipper Darren Eckford to the wicket. And while that's happening, just play a further replay. Yeah, pitched in line. Looked like a bit of a top spinner. So.
Ryan Curtis.
Hello, buddy. So just a dot. And that's well struck by Darren Eckford. And that's gone all the way for 4. So runs required now down to 62. Darren Eckford, who earlier on this season was opening the batting, so certainly no mug with a bat. So required rate still well below run ball. And didn't see where that went, but it didn't go very far. So just 4 off the over, but importantly a wicket of Jack Hobbs. Thank you. So Wanstead smelling blood here, and Zain Shazad, opening bowler, returning from the River End. Which may possibly be to Colchester's advantage. I think they'll be thinking with a bit of pace on the ball. One slip, fine leg, third man. Field well spread. So she's had so far 8 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 22. It's firmly hit by Simon Fernandez, but just a single. Pushed out into a sort of forward of point sort of area. Brings Darren Eckford on to strike. Skipper made a fine 77, I think it was, first or second match of the season. Time when he was unable to bowl, but very able batsman. Probably commentator's curse, but plays that quite nicely out into the offside for no run. Wanstead spreading the field here. Eckford cleverly trying to turn it round the corner, but bowler onto it very quickly. So building up for a very tense finish here. Still the game very much in the balance. grounds bathed in beautiful blue sky and sunshine. You would believe it. So with 10 overs to go, Colchester require 61 off 10 overs, obviously rate of 6.1 and over. And Jahanzar Akbar to continue. 10 overs, no maidens, 2-4-53. Bowling to Simon Fernandez, whose 78 has come off 137 deliveries with 9 fours. And that is a reverse sweep. That has yielded 4 runs off the first delivery of the over. So he seems to be mastering that shot after numerous practice attempts. Last 3 yielding runs. Previous efforts not. Moves him on to 82. I think it's fair to say this game's going to go all the way to the wire. 57 runs to win, 57 balls remaining, 4 wickets in hand for Colchester. Lots of gaps in the infield, plenty of riders on the boundary, and that is hit backward of square for a single. So 5 off the first 4 balls this over. Just up with the, almost up with the rate. Exactly 6 is the rate required now, 6 and over. Very experienced Darren Eckford, waiting for the bad ball to hit. So 5 off the over, just 1 short of the Colchester target, but keeping them interested. So 9 overs remaining, 56 runs required. And Zain Shazad, 9 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 23 to bowl his 10th over. So it square of the wicket for just a single, well fielded. And pushed out to short mid wicket for a single. The singles required here, or largely single. 6.23 is the rate. So singles and an occasional boundary will be plenty. 2, 3, 4, 4 men on the boundary. So Wanstead fairly content to and spectators walking behind the bowler's arm was the delay there. And a bit of excitement as the ball ends up on the stumps. Darren Eckford very wisely not left his crease. 3 weeks ago Joe McGregor very unfortunately got out that way. Bowler deflecting the ball onto the stumps when he was backing up. And that's very well hit square, but it will only yield a single. The man riding square leg boundary, fielding very well. So 3 off the over. Colchester here taking a no risks as they nudge closer. Eight overs remaining, 53 required. Required rate 6.63. They're looking to target Akbar, bowling from the Catchpot Road end, who's bowled 11 overs for 58, taking 2 wickets. Mid-wicket conversation going on. Simon Fernandez on 85. Hits that out to point for a single. Nothing extravagant here. Colchester content to nudge ever closer. Attempt to sweep the ball, but no run. So just one off the over so far. But that is well hit, square of the wicket, but will only yield a single. So the pressure on Simon Fernandez perhaps to find a boundary somewhere. It's two off the over so far. And he pushed it out to through the covers for a single. So just three off this over so far. One delivery to come. And the rate has crept up for the first time above 7. Now at 7.14 and over. Exactly 50 runs required, with 42 balls remaining. I think Colchester would be a bit more comfortable if they had a couple more wickets in hand. The outcome fairly heavily dependent on these two, no disrespect to the batsmen still to come. Not the strongest lineup from here, but certainly a couple that can hit the ball if we can get within striking distance. And that's well driven out to long on for a single. $49 to win. And that's hooked, but fallen well short of a fielder for just a single. I have to say I lost that where that went, up in the trees. Where the shot was played, looked as though it was going a long way, but it went vertically rather than horizontally. So two off the first three deliveries this over. And that is just played back to the bowler. I think it's increasingly looking like the declaration was a pretty shrewd one. That's very well hit, and the batsman can only get a single. So again, just 3 off this over so far. Colchester could do with a boundary here. And not going to get a boundary, but they will get a single. So 4 off the over. So 46 off 6. Run rate of 7.67.
Because it's his little pinky on his left hand. Well, to be fair, it's not going to get any better than where it was. It's just there.
So Akbar to bowl his 13th over, 12 overs, no maidens, 2 for 61. And I wonder what the conversation has been between the 2 batsmen. I think it'll be on the lines of now or never. In the hope that the remaining batsman can... Oh, that's gone through the field. And the batsmen take just a single. Partially stopped. Well struck shot into the covers. Very well hit out into the covers, but again yields only a single. .44 required. And that's well hit straight down the wicket. 4 runs to Darren Eckford, who's clearly decided he's going to take some initiative from here. So 40 runs required, 32 deliveries remaining. Won't take many blows like that to see the game over. Rate required now 7.5 and over. And 6 off the over so far. 1 more to come. And that is swept, and batsmen pick up a useful 2 runs. So 8 off the over, which is above the required rate, which is now 7.6. 5 overs remaining, just 38 required. So I still think this game's in the balance. We have a sanitised break. Swiftly dealt with. So 5 overs to go. Zain Shazad, 11 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 30. At the river end, bowling to Simon Fernandez, who is on 90. So Simon Fernandez looking for 2 milestones. Firstly, obviously, his 100, but also to get these 38 runs to see Colchester over the line. And what has been a somewhat enthralling game. And that's well struck down the wicket to long on for just a single. Wanstead now looking to defend this, I think. No slip. And that's hit firmly back at the bowler, who just managed to stop it. Don't think that did his wrist much good. No, quite clearly stopped it, but suffering a bit as a result. Very firmly hit by Darren Eckford. And that's very firmly hit, but fielder down at long on limits it to just a single. So 36 to win, 4.3 overs remaining. And I think since we're looking over time already, that will be the over limit. And firmly struck, but yields no run. So 6 blows would do it. 36 runs required, 4.2 overs. 8.31 over required. And Simon Fernandez advances down the wicket, hits it firmly too long on, but again just yields a single. Colchester could do with a boundary here. Maybe Eckford put one in the river or something. And he's hooked that. Fallen short of the fielder for a single. So just 4 off the over. Four overs remaining, 34 runs required, run rate 8.5 required. Conversation between the batsmen. I think it'll be along the lines of it's got to be these next couple of overs that are going to make or break whether It's going to be a win for Colchester. As I said earlier, very shrewd declaration by Joe Ellis-Grawl. I'm putting my money on this being a draw, but you never know. All three results possible. Two or three big hits, a big over, make all the difference. And that's very well hit by Eckford, but he's only going to pick up 2. Three men ride in the boundary, out square of the wicket. Again, just yields a single. And well hit by Simon Fernandez, but again, just the single. So 4 off 3. Required rate now 8.57 and over. And that is very firmly hit square for 4, which is just what the doctor ordered. So 8 off the over so far. Brings the required rate down to 7.8 and over. So 26 runs required, 20 balls remaining. And that's beaten the fielder, and so 25 required. 9 off this over so far. And that's really well hit by Simon Fernandez for 4 runs. So really productive over there. So it's 3 off 21. Gary, can I just check the score agrees since we're so close?
Harry concurs.
Thank you. So just checking with the umpires there that they concur with me that it's 21 off 3 overs required. I am scoring on my own here, so I've got no one to cross-check with other than the umpires, who will be keeping at least a skeleton score. Well, I've got the responsibility of recording scores for the individual batsmen and so on. But it's a long day on your own with 120 overs. So it will be Shazad to bowl to Eckford, 7 and over required, 21 runs. And don't know how many of those. It's just one. Didn't see where the ball went, but one off the first delivery. Simon Fernandez here on 97. Whatever the outcome here, it'd be good to see him get his 100. No one would begrudge him that, I don't think, for a very solid innings. And batsmen are chasing 2. And they make it, moving Simon Fernandez on to 99. 18 required, 16 balls to do it in. And they're going to take 2, which gives Simon Fernandez a very well earned 101 in 158 balls, 192 minutes, 11 fours, strike rate of 63.9. And that also brings up the 50 partnership, Simon Fernandez 24 and Eckford 26 in 56 balls. So 16 required, 2.3 overs. Who's your money on here? Simon, having got his 100, will be relieved, and he's hit that firmly square of the wicket, and they're going for 2 again, and it's misfielded, and so far 7 off this over. Indeed, 2 left in the over. 2 left in the over, and 2 overs. So Shazad to Fernandez, 14 runs required, and that's well struck, too long on for just a single.
Big Phil Wolski.
Hello Andy,
Hey there,
come and join me on commentary. I'm joined here by Andy Mays, who's been umpiring at some Buckhurst Hill. So exciting finish we've got here, Andy.
Just
13 runs, 13 deliveries is the equation. So, and that is well bludgeoned, and
it's 2. It's 2.
another 2. Right, equation is 2 overs remaining, 11 runs required. Well, who's your money on, Andy?
Us.
Well, one would hope so from here.
Indeed.
I apologise to any Wanstead followers for my lack of impartiality. But if Colchester succeed, this is one helmet chance. And last throw of the dice for Wanstead, perhaps. Ishan Kelly returning. Thanks, Gary. So, 2 overs remaining, 11 runs. when it all settles down, it should be Simon Fernandez on strike. Jay Scroll tightening the field up. So a couple of blows over the top would be what the doctor ordered here. So Ishan Kelly, recently featured for Essex 2s versus Simon Fernandez. 12 balls, 11 runs required.
Dot ball.
It's indeed a dot ball. 3 lusty blows. I think be home and dry here. And it's good the fact we've got a full day's play after such a horrible weather forecast.
Unfortunately, I didn't get a full day.
And that's been hit
For a single,
for just a single. I had no idea where that had gone.
it went to
I see it now. Yeah,
went to point.
it was not meant to go to point, I don't think. So, Darren Eckford on strike, 10 runs required. Couple of lusty blows would be handy here. And there's one of them, but
He's gone.
oh no, he's dropped him.
Oh wow!
So a single. I've got every sympathy with Nabil Aziz there, the wicket keeper. Oh, I thought he got a helmet on.
No.
Say, if he got a helmet on, that is a very difficult catch because you can't put your head
You
back
can't-
far
no,
enough.
You can't, no.
But with a cap, less so. I would have thought he would have picked it up unless the sun was in his eyes. But 9 required,
Fighting
9
away from the
balls.
sun,
Yeah. No, I when I used to wear a helmet, I found that sort of catch unbelievably difficult
Yep.
because the back of the helmet, particularly if you've got those protective things on,
Yeah,
prevents your head from
moving that way.
moving far enough back. So that is well caught.
I don't. What's going on then?
Someone's caught.
Fernandez is gone.
Yeah, but I've got to find the catcher. Gary, can you identify the catcher, please? Thank you. So Simon Fernandez has been caught by Joe Ellis Gruhl. Very fine innings there of 105.
So who's coming in now?
And this is Charlie Fernandez. Sorry, Charlie Watts. The other Charlie. Right, Charlie. So, 9 required for Colchester.
8 balls.
8 balls, 3 wickets required for Wanstead. And the key thing here is I think the batsman
They
crossed.
did. No,
So,
they didn't. No, they didn't. They didn't. Eckford's facing.
Yeah, no. They must have crossed because Fernandez hit it. Yeah.
Oh yeah, of
Yeah,
course
yeah.
they did. Yes, so they had crossed. Yeah.
So
You're quite right.
quite important, I think, that Darren Eckford gets back on strike. So whatever happens, we're going to have a close finish. And that is
Gone.
gone for 6.
Wow!
That was one Dickens of a shot. Well worthy of a replay.
That was the top. That was.
Yeah, he opened the batting start of the season because
Yeah.
he was unable to bowl, and showed then what a fine batsman he can be. Well, not can be, what he is.
He is.
He is. So 7 balls, 3 runs required. So nothing silly necessary here. I would have thought they'd be bringing the field right in now.
You would have thought so.
Just 3 required, but no.
Well,
It's
incidents today were-
sensible. He'll just dab this down and
Where I was at Buckhurst Hill, we had an incident with 6 slips in a gate.
right, 1 over required, 1 over remaining, 3 runs required. Charlie Watts on strike. So what do we do here, Charlie?
Push and run.
Get a bat
Push
on
and
it.
run.
Get a bat on it and run. Well, whatever happens, this has been a remarkable game. Very sporting declaration by Charlie Scroll. Certainly giving his side every chance of bowling Colchester out. And
They've got
an injury I think we have here.
Yes. Looks like a cut.
Yeah, so we have a brief delay here for
Well, I'm not sure why there should be a delay.
what's he gone to fetch?
Unless it's for a sanitising.
Well, we've only got an over to go. Maybe it's a contact lens or something.
Possibly.
Neil Thomas going out with a piece of tissue. I mean, it could be something like squirrel poo on the ball,
No, that's true.
or something similarly obnoxious.
Keep him well.
Yeah, keeping very well.
Good man.
So 3 runs required. Charlie wants to make a name for himself. I'm not sure at all what that delay was. Just had a test to suggest that the Ukrainian game tonight has been postponed because one of their players has tested positive for COVID.
It's been postponed.
His name is
Oh,
Tickle
come on.
Chestikov.
God. Shut up.
That must be the worst joke of the day. Tickle Chestikov. That my only joke of the day. But there we are.
Right. Here we go.
Yeah,
6 balls, 3 runs.
yeah. Can Charlie Watts get a bat on this? Nice top edge
To 4.
for
To-
4
for
would
runs,
be,
yeah. In between third man and fine leg.
yeah. So Shazad to bowl to Watts, who gets a bat on it, and leg by. So I have to delete that ball and correct it. I thought he got bat on it, so corrected it for a leg by.
I heard the soft thump there off the thigh pad.
So
5 balls,
5
2
balls,
runs.
2 runs. You would put your money on Colchester here, but the way their batting can collapse, and that is well hit and the batsmen take 2. And what a win that is for Colchester. You would have got odds on that at the interval.
Wow.
So, fantastic win for Colchester. Timed win batting second. And must say a few words for Wanstead, who played that in an absolutely fantastic spirit with a very sporting declaration. Going to the last over, you won't get a better game of cricket than the one we've just witnessed here. So just time to show the Wanstead bowling card and to say to those that have stayed with us all afternoon listening to me drone on, thank you very much for listening. At this point I'll be stopping the live stream and saying